All right, screw it. We're just gonna do all of them. We're gonna do every single design, basically, from every single Mortal Kombat game. Are you guys happy? Are you guys? Because I honestly I can't stop thinking about it. I want to put this to bed. We're gonna rank all of them. It's actually so many, in fact, that I exceeded the all of the images exceeded the file size limit on Tier List Maker, so I had to actually make a second one. It sort of works out kind of nicely because this first one goes 1 through Armageddon, and then this one begins at like MK versus DC, I think, and then or something like that. It goes from like MK versus DC to uh, Mortal One Combat. So uh, classic original era, and then starting with that weird transitionary midway bankruptcy point into NRS. So a couple notes. I got most of these images off of Mortal Kombat Warehouse, which is a great resource for Mortal Kombat assets and stuff like that. If you've ever wanted to find like the versus template and stuff like that from every game, they also included in a lot of the games very convenient alt costume, just PNGs right next to it. I am not doing every alt costume for every character because it's just kind of exhausting. But so for the ones that were, it's exhausting to find and also talk about. But for the ones that were easy to pull up, I will be ranking those. So uh, let's get into it. I'm just going to be doing these in the order that Tier List Maker spat them out in. I did like arrange them in the files by game, so it is all in order, or it should be. So we're gonna go with Goro for the first character design. The first sub boss of the series, and I think a great design. He's got a lot of elements going for him. Very simple. He's a giant dude with four big arms. He has this top knot ponytail. He's a monster man. He has like a weird yin yang belt on his like his little fundoshi thing, and he gets across exactly what they want him to. He is a big ass dude with big arms. He did four of them, and he's powerful. It's great. It's classic design, very simple, very effective. Next up is original Johnny Cage, and he's fine. I'm going to put him in B just because I give it a little bit of credit because this was basically going to be Jean-Claude Van Damme. When this game was the Bloodsport, I think, video game, and then obviously that fell the story, it fell through. They ended up making Mortal Kombat, so he's just supposed to be very generic martial artist action guy. A lot of parts of Johnny Cage's identity weren't super hammered out yet exactly. um Things that that would be coming later. A lot of the character designs I have to give a little bit of leeway to, a little bit of slack, just because it was so just thrown together and so budget. So Johnny Cage he's fine. He's okay. Same thing sort of goes for Kano. I think Kano is pretty. I think he's maybe Goro tier. I might put Goro up in like S. I think what works with Kano for me is he has a very he's immediately recognizable with the metal face thing. As long as he has that, he has the weird cyborg eye thing, which is based off of like Terminator 2. He he's you always know that it's Kano. If someone has like, even today, if someone has like a metal prosthetic thing on their face with like a red eye that shoots a laser out, oh, it's a Kano reference or something like that. Very classic, memorable design for being a, I don't know, I feel like an overall not super popular character. This is a good, surprisingly good first shot at him. MK1 Liu Kang is in He's in B tier with Johnny Cage. Just not a whole lot. He's Bruce Lee. He's Bruce Lee, and it's fine. It's totally cool. At this time, there were a lot of Bruce Lee homages in fighting games. Fei Long from Street Fighter, who this Liu Kang looks just like. Yeah, so fine. It's a guy, martial artist, black pants. Not a lot to talk about. Raiden, I think, is also Goro tier in just absolutely how recognizable and immediately he kind of conveys what he needs to. Uh, a lot of these like very simple ideas in the character designs, like, okay, all you need with Raiden going forward is the cone hat, sort of like robe design, and maybe like the glowing eyes. And you see that and like, oh, that's Raiden. Again, like it's so easy to throw together like a low budget Raiden Halloween costume because he's just all you need is these very simple recognizable pieces. You don't have to go too crazy to make it like to make it understandable. So Raiden has like, consistently one of the most enduring designs in the whole series because of he has these simple strong elements that you just do and then change the, mix up the parts around it. I think like the robe thing he's got going on specifically also kind of says something about his magical mystical powers. He seems like, okay, you look at this guy and you're like, oh, he probably has some kind of ability, some kind of, and you see him do the lightning and it makes perfect sense. He looks wizardy, if that makes sense in this sort of Asian fantasy Mortal Kombat way. I'm not really going to be talking too much about the ninjas. I put them down here. They're fine. They're decent as ninjas. The characters I've already ranked in the male and female tier lists for the ninjas are, I'm just going to really quickly gloss over them in this list because I've already talked about them much more in depth there. I'm also going to put Sub-Zero over there while I'm at it. And just kind of jump over to, I guess I'll just give a quick explanation. Ninjas. They are ninjas. They are different colors. The costume, it's like a Party City outfit, and it gets across what it's a solid ninja. Shang Tsung, I really like in this game. He looks like a final boss. He reminds me a lot of, he's got like a Big Trouble in Little China kind of vibe where he's ancient, evil, devious Chinese sorcerer kind of vibe. The like the hair, the balding, he looks kind of like corpse like. The whole thing with, oh, he's stealing souls from people to keep his youth. The kind of in this very low res low res sprites of MK1. You can still tell he's got this sort of almost decrepit zombie-like appearance. I like the kind of low-key colors of his robes. He doesn't look super ostentatious. He just kind of looks like a guy who's been hanging around for forever, and he's also evil, and he looks kind of dangerous. I like it. I like it a lot. Sonya in this game is like kind of C tier. I don't think she's terrible at all. That's not what C tier means in this regard. It's just I don't know what she's supposed to get across. She's supposed to be like a special forces character even back then, but she looks like she's dressed for yoga. She looks like she's going to a spin class. Like yeah, like they just kind of threw her in something and that's what she's just wearing green with a headband, and yeah, I don't know, she looks like she's doing yoga. She's probably like one of the biggest symbols in my mind of like, oh yeah, this game was made for very cheap back in its day. All right, MK2. So this is where the series had a little more budget, a little more time to invest into the costuming department and stuff like that, and a lot more characters. So the first one that we're going to start with is Baraka, and I'm going to put Baraka on a pretty high note. I was surprised looking through his designs. I think in addition to Raiden, he has one of the most like immediately memorable, enduring designs of any of the MK characters, to be honest. I think well, we'll get to it later, but I think he looks good in like almost pretty much every game. And it starts all the way back here in MK2 with he looks like he's a monster out of a B movie. And for the very campy, over the top, very movie inspired aesthetic that the early MKs had, that works perfectly for me. Like he looks like, some sort of actor with like prosthetics that you'd see out of, I don't know, Faust. Some like obscure, weird, crazy B movie with monster people in it. And you just like, you look at Baraka and you remember him. You always, even if he's never been like the most important character, lore wise, he hasn't been the one that's been like pushed in the marketing. You remember Baraka. He's extremely simple, especially with the arm blades, like instantly. And even with a very simple design as in this game where he's just kind of wearing like a tunic and pants, gets across everything he needs to. Jax is fine. He is in the same realm as a lot of the just like B tier that from the first game that we just did. He's a guy. This is not the most interesting form of Jax. That would be easily when he has his like metal arms, but that doesn't come until the next game. This is just kind of Jax. It's weird because like I'd like to rate this in context, but of like, oh, this is the first appearance of the character. But even then, he's just okay. He's just a dude. Better designs for him would be incoming. Johnny Cage again, still just he's a guy. I cannot stress how much there is just not a lot to talk about with some of these early characters. They're just dudes without shirts, and they're martial artists. Again, not Johnny's most interesting depiction, even in the classic era. We'll get to that. Let's get to MK3 first. All right, Kintaro, also an S tier. Everything that's good about him is pretty much the same stuff that's good about Goro. He just has a little bit more detail. I think making him like have this interesting tiger pattern on his skin, adding a little more extra detail. One thing going forward is that I don't like it when they put Goro or Kintaro for that matter in like too much clothing, because I think part of the appeal of them is just like the sheer bulk of their physique. So putting a little bit of armor onto the forearm, I forget what they're called, then the forearm characters is a little bit is fine. And the reasoning specifically is it feels like what has he got, shoulder and like knee pads, and a little thing on a little strap across his chest, these weird, these arm wristbands. He is not trying to cover up any sort of critical locations on his body. This is armor that's meant for show. It's meant for intimidation. Like, oh, he is totally cool just taking a knife to the chest because he doesn't give a fuck. And that, to me, is like almost enhances the look for this type of a character, for like the Goro type of character. It's like he's wearing armor just to look cooler. Two kind of opposite, two good executions of sort of the same idea. With Goro, the simplicity is really nice, but with Kintaro, the little added details, like, oh, there's a sort of different vibe to his character. Melina and the female ninjas again they are fine. They're wearing it's just a female version of the ninja costumes. I'm gonna put the other ninjas also in here while I'm at it, just because it's the costume looks a little bit better. It's obviously more high res in this game. The female version is, it's like, okay, you're still got the sort of sleek ninja look. It's a little simple for my taste, but a decent execution of the idea, a better execution, a more fleshed out version, I suppose, than the original game. The first appearance of Kung Lao, and I think he's also really good. Kung Lao has the very again much like Raiden. Kung Lao has, well, he's got the hat again. It's about the hats. It's about the hat. But no, really, like the buzzsaw hat, he could be wearing almost anything else, right? But if you keep the hat in some form on him with the razors, he keeps the Kung Lao identity. He's another character where like you see him one time on an arcade or something and you remember, oh, that was the game that had the dude with like the crazy razor like hat. He would throw his hat. Like that's what I'm talking about. That's like that immediate recognizability that is really strong with designs like that. This Liu Kang is fine. I am realizing that a lot of the MK2 designs are just okay in my book. They're just decent. He is again he's a martial artist. He's got a little more going on. He's a little more Ryu with like the red headband. That's a nice touch. The little things on his wrists. He's again just a slight, all like the ninjas, a slightly more fleshed out version of his initial design, and he's acceptable. Raiden is still A tier, still really good. I'm telling you, it's the hat. The little added like symbols on his like shoulders or his arms are a nice little touch. It's just a little more detail to the initial design. But pretty much everything that's good about this one is it returns from the original design. Shang Tsung in this game is weird because it's like, okay, so he's young Shang Tsung now. He's like returned his youth, and he's got like a do-rag on or something. I always thought it was kind of funny looking. I'm really judging between, so the argument for A tier is that he does have his outfit is fine. It's pretty decent. I think I'll put him down in B tier because I don't think there's anything super iconic about this version of the design. Personally, I usually prefer Shang Tsung when he's a little older, or he at least has the beard, the facial hair to kind of distinguish him. This one is it's not what I find cool about Shang Tsung personally, which is I don't really get a ton of like sorcerer vibes from this. Maybe as like an alt costume, oh, young Shang Tsung, that would work. But as his main design, not too big on it. Shao Kahn, finally, S tier design. He is an iconic villain. Like he's got this great mix of almost like a Shogun and a Mad Max and like a heavy metal, all these different sort of elements going on. Just like spikes spikes and this classic helmet design. Again, like you took the Shogun, but you turn into like, oh, these horns, that rimmed thing they would have, the parabola. He turned into like these horns. He gets it like you see Shao Kahn, Shang Tsung, Shao Kahn, they all these names. And you get instantly what he's about. You're like, that dude's the final boss, or he's at least like a big villain. He looks intimidating. Obviously, this pose does a lot. He looks like a guy who, much like Kintaro, he's only wearing the armor just to look cool. He's just wearing it to look intimidating and cover himself in spikes. It's practically just decorative. And like that combination of the confidence, this sort of domineering thing, like the symmetry in his design, I think helps for that because it feels like he's encompassing. He's just a huge dude as well. He's just the tallest guy in the game. Is great, classic design, and one that wouldn't really change at all, even in minor ways. Going forward, because they just kind of nailed it with this one. This is just a classic. All right, there's way too. I should have broken this up into like 3 parts because there's way too many images here, and this is gonna become a huge pain in the ass. But wait, let me move this to the top. Yeah, check that out now. Oh, I'm so smart. We're gonna get into MK3. So, MK3 Cyrax. So one of the first cyborg ninja on that we're at least talking about in the first range of them. And I like these designs. I already talked a little bit about the cyborgs. I like the cyborgs a lot. I think robots are cool. I'm a robot fan. I'm gonna bump them up to A. Good. Actually, I'm gonna just grab Sector and where's Smoke? I'm putting Smoke in S because he's purple. I'm gonna rank all the ninjas together. I'm gonna put this because this is my favorite ninja look of the classic games. I've mentioned it in that specific video, but I love the 3-segmented design for them. I don't love Noobs as much, I guess, just because he is so black. He is just completely black. I can't see shit, and I just by definition get less out of the character. Also adding in Rain because MK Trilogy, I'm also just including in this as a big blanket thing. Yeah, I think I got all the male ninjas. Not a fan of Unmasked Sub-Zero, like I mentioned. He's just a dude. He is just Sub-Zero, but less interesting. Except for the scar, I guess. And then we move on to Jade, who I think is pretty good. I'll rank also the other female ninjas up here. I think this is a better take on the female ninja design. Again, a more fleshed out version of it with just a little more detail. Like, this is the classic. And when I see the nostalgia costumes for the female ninja characters in the newer MK games, I'm like, why? Okay, but why did you do the MK2 one? Why did you do the MK3 one so much better? It's so much more interesting. Jax. This is a cool design. I like Jax a lot in this game. This was when they figured out, oh, so here's his thing. This is when Jax becomes a memorable looking character. Again, like, you glance at a Mortal Kombat machine and you remember, you see, oh, the dude with the metal arms, and you just remember him. He just sticks in your mind. All you need for a character this is a running thing for me, is all I need is like one thing, just at least one thing to latch onto. And for me, that makes a character a lot more interesting visually. Johnny Cage, this is at this point, I think, the template for a really good Johnny Cage design. And I say that because he's wearing the sunglasses. he's wearing the sunglasses. It's like they finally figured out how to show his personality in game. I don't know why he took the sunglasses off when he would actually fight in MK2. But now it's like, okay, this dude's fighting, but he's kind of got a big ego and he's kind of a jackass. So good. MK3, I think, overall is just a high point for a lot of character designs. Cabal, also, like, awesome design. Just classic, super cool look. The mask is... It's almost skull-like. Like, this dude looks like a creepy goon. You know? He looks like I think he's supposed to just be kind of like an enforcer or something, like some kind of sort of throwaway role, honestly, where he's kind of a jobber, but the look is so memorable. Very unique mask design. The coat, the sort of military tactical look, is pretty different at this point in time in the series. His hook swords are super memorable. Just like lots of cool stuff going on. Great design. This is Kano. Kano skipped out on 2 and was reintroduced with this, I think, cooler look. And it just comes down to the colors. And also I think the fact that the makeuping was a little more refined by this point. So the actual prosthetic on his face looks a little better. I think that this is a little more striking than just like the white robes. It has the black and red. It's a little like neat, I think, for Kano's kind of idea, him being sort of a mercenary. I wish it was like a little more, I don't know, rugged or something like that, a little more tattered up. Just for being a design on its own, I think it's pretty solid, and the colors are nice. I think I just like black and red. Kung Lao, again, still memorable design. Really nothing else. They took his shirt off, so he has this sort of interesting, like, 2 black stripes and then flesh tone in the middle thing going on. Still pretty much just as solid as ever. And his, yeah, like I said, you can keep the hat, and you can change a bunch of stuff around it, and it'll still work. It'll still communicate as Kung Jin. Kung Lao, sorry. Kung Jin's later. This is an okay Liu Kang. He is just kind of more martial artist. It is a very classic all-round Liu Kang design. He's got like a decent color palette. He's got these little wrist bracelet band things that add a little bit of, a little bit of detail, a little bit to break up the colors on this design. It's just fine. It's solid. Motaro's really cool. I think Motaro is another great boss design. They have a lot of great boss designs in this series. And Motaro is just, he's like a centaur, but he's like a more demonic centaur with these horns, and he looks kind of creepy. He's got like ribs on his horse body part that are a little freaky. He's a bit unnerving. Again, just memorable, interesting design for like almost a chimera type character. Nightwolf, first appearance of Nightwolf, and I think he's pretty good. He's like a Native American guy, of course, played by a white guy because they I guess they couldn't find that many actors around Chicago. The face paint it's a little like the Ultimate Warrior, but it's at least like fairly memorable. The black, I really like the shade of blue also specifically. The black, blue, and red is pretty memorable. Very, very pleasing color palette. The little headband or feathers he's got is a nice touch. Yeah, like a decent establishment. I mean, this was in the era of like a lot of Native American characters getting added to fighting games for whatever reason. It's neat. Some of them are better than others. I want to say Nightwolf as someone who is not Native American. I want to say Nightwolf is a pretty decent crack at taking like Native American warrior guy in a campy, silly Mortal Kombat way. This Shang Tsung design I actually prefer it a lot more to the MK2 design. This one is sort of like that, but he's got, I think the ponytail helps. The ponytail, the face makeup, the creepy hands. He looks a little more interesting. I don't know if I get like sorcerer out of it. I might bump him down to B actually. I don't get like sorcerer out of it too much. I see mildly interesting guy, He's got the ponytail, which is at least a little distinguishing of a feature, but it's not like the craziest, most interesting, memorable look ever. Not the most interesting one he's ever had. And then I also just took Shao Kahn again. I mean, he's the same. I'll just put it with already ranked. So, little Shao Kahn buddies, they're gonna laugh at you together. Shiva, great. I really like Shiva. Is part of it that she has like big boobie? I guess sort of, but it's like, okay, if you're gonna take a female Goro, I mean, like honestly, this is like as much skin as Goro shows. Actually, maybe less. Goro is more naked than Shiva is, but this is like again like Shiva. I think has consistently some of the most solid designs because she's in that Kung Lao Raiden Baraka boat where. What is the primary Shiva thing? She's got 4 arms, and she's kind of monstrous looking. So as long as you just have her in 4 arms, everything kind of looks cool on her. Everything communicates what you need to about the character, or at least something about the character. Like I get something out of Shiva. A boner, and this is like a cool take on a female of Goro's species. It's very memorable. I mean, it's a lot with like the boobage, but I like it. I like it for non-horny reasons. Sindel is fine in this game. She's supposed to be like a queen, and I like the hair, I like the hair that she's got because she's like a banshee queen, right? She's a banshee queen, and she it's big. It has like a big presence. I vaguely touched on her in the female designs video, but yeah, it's fine. It's not the most queenly. Um, Again, Sindel has a bit of that like female MK character syndrome with the ninjas, where uh, I never got super strong of a look from her. Besides the big hair, I think the big hair is a good starting point for her. But in terms of like her outfit and the royalty, I guess she's purple. You know, meh, she's okay. Same thing, sort of, unfortunately, for Sonya in this game. She's just kinda there. Again, I don't get too much of a special forces look out of this. It's a little, I don't know, it looks vaguely more tactical. Nah, not really. It's still she's just in like a green yoga outfit. It's meh, there's just not a lot conveyed in this design. Um, until which is weird because you'd think that like, oh, she's like a special forces military lady, but they couldn't like figure out what to put her in for some reason. Stryker is not good. He is not good in this game. Why does he look like that? Why does he look like that? Stryker is supposed to be a cop. I want to like Stryker in concept, in that he's an everyday guy who's just trying his best on the force, and he gets sucked into this crazy Mortal Kombat world. But like, he doesn't look like a cop. It's so weird. It you, they couldn't have gotten like a police officer uniform or anything like that. Like, what police officer wears this? It's like a it's like white with like a circle thing, and then a blue area, and then white stripes, and the backwards hat, and he doesn't even have like a badge on. Like, what, he's got this weird satchel thing. Like, he doesn't look like a cop. He looks weird. I don't know. Stryker is just an unlucky character in this series. Goddamn, he's got some not great looks for a character you'd think would be pretty straightforward to design for, but not here. Okay, so with the MK4 designs, a lot of them are just kind of adapting classic designs, so my thoughts on them are gonna be pretty similar. But there's a couple new ones, and first off, Baraka. Baraka in this game is awesome. He is so cool looking. The I didn't realize it, but when you really look at Barack Obama's designs throughout the series, they do some kind of gnarly body horror stuff with him. I was really shocked when I looked at him in this game, and I saw that he had like these like these metal bits almost like implanted or stitched into his skin and on his forehead. It's like, ugh, it's like kind of off-putting, but in a good way. Like, he's freaky. I am also really like the armor that he's wearing. I think I realized when they put a little bit of armor on Baraka, I think he looks really cool. This is honestly maybe like one of my favorite Baraka designs. I think this is a really good one. Cyrax, he's pretty good. He is as Cyrax as ever. Uh who is this? All the payment just got cut off. It's Fujin. Okay. Um Fujin is pretty good. I don't know if he's quite as good as Baraka. I might move Baraka up to A tier. I actually kind of like Fujin. I think the ponytail is neat. He's just wearing this weird strap thing with like no undershirt, which is funny. He's good. Fujin is I don't get a ton out of it, but okay, he's the brother of Raiden. I think the hair is really what does it for me. That makes him at least kind of memorable. The silver ponytail thing it's what he's got going on. It's solid. It's Goro. Goro is good. Goro is a good design. It's Jarek. Jarek is boring. Jarek looks like a jobber, which in a fighting game I don't care too much for. I don't really. Jarek looks like a slightly elite enemy from like MK Special Forces or something, which, oh god, actually is he in that game? I don't think he is. But like largely uninspiring guy in vest, leather, mercenary, I guess. He doesn't have a thing. He doesn't have a thing that at least Fujin does have, like for me at least. Jax in this game. Good design. Metal arms, silver, cool. He looks cool. It's fine. Johnny Cage also fine in this game. He's got the sunglasses. They kept that. He's in exercise pants, I guess. He's a dude. Kai, I think, is Kai is more memorable than... No, I'll put him down here. I'll put him here. If I'm going to put Jax in B, I'm going to put Kai in B. For as much as I don't care about Kai as, like, a character, the almost tiger stripe thing he's got going on, it's like a contrast from his skin tone, is, like, decent. It's a thing to remember him by. Also, I actually really like this Liu Kang design. It's like, kind of like he's wearing exercise clothes as opposed to just being a martial artist guy. This feels like, you know, Liu Kang is supposed to be from Earthrealm. He to me, this actually sells the idea of him being a martial artist from Earth better than his original designs, where he's just, you know, very Bruce Lee, I suppose, is what they were going for. This feels like, oh, he feels like he's just got out of the gym on Earth. And that's a cool take on the character. I like it. This Melina is pretty good also for a new the first new design. I skipped over this, unfortunately. I totally blanked on this in the female ninja character tier list, but this is like, okay, Melina, very much in common with the Deception design, which I think is her best one. Not quite as good as that one, but I think this is a really, really solid first go at thinking up a new concept for her. Like it's like taking almost the MK2 or 3 design, but opening it up even more, showing off more skin. And for Melina, that's the objective of the character. So I appreciate it. Noob Saibot in this game is whatever. I think I'm gonna put the other ninjas in MK4 into this tier. They are who I can't tell who they all got cut off. I think this is Sub-Zero. I always thought that the ninja characters in this game, they looked like they had cat ears. They all got this little like thing on their heads, like the way that they modeled the head and the mask. They always look like they had little cat ears. This noob design specifically for me is it's fine. A little boring. Doesn't lean into the cool parts about Noob Saibot. Very safe coming straight off of MK4, whereas, you know, with Melina, they at least try to do something pretty different. With Noob, they just like, yeah, let's just do MK4 again, I guess. One thing about Scorpion, because I've ranked him, does he have like too many abs to you? Like too many like side things on this part of his... It looks a little strange to me. It feels like he has he has like too many muscles, if that makes sense. This Sub-Zero design, again, is also just kind of, it's whatever. It keeps the scar from the unmasked version from MK3, but he is a blue ninja. As I've said, I like it when the ninja characters have when their designs emphasize their sort of gimmicks or how they're different from the other ones, and the less interesting designs are the ones where they're just kind of ninjas of different colors. And that's what I get out of the male ninja designs from this game. All right, the first appearance, the playable appearance, he was in Mythologies, of Quan Chi. And I used to think Quan Chi was so lame and forgettable. And like a lot of the like middle period, like 3D era characters, he's also kind of grown on me. I think I just really like the shade of turquoise that he's got on his outfit. He looks he checks the boxes for being villainous in his outfit with the spikes, the dark colors. I think what makes him interesting is really his like skin and the makeup or whatever he's got going on, the black marks on his face and all that. Uh, much like much like Kai, where it's just kind of this. Okay, it's this little detail. Um, it makes him memorable. I mean, obviously he's memorable. He's infamous for the freaking side of his for his face being on the side of the cabinet. But it's like, yeah, you see Quan Chi, you remember his face. You remember it, oh, that was the game that had the guy with the weird white face. He's whiter than me, which is impressive. Raiden is a very basic Raiden design. Not much going on. It's basically his MK2 look, kind of, or MK3. Actually, kind of both. Did he get? I don't think he got redesigned. He didn't get redesigned. I'm already forgetting. There's too many damn characters in this tier list. But yeah, just classic Raiden design. Reiko is boring. He's a man wearing things. He has face makeup. It's not enough to make him interesting to me. I don't know. It doesn't. He is a guy, and this is Reiko is the first instance of what I like of a running theme with a lot of the designs that I don't like in Mortal Kombat, which is guy wearing stuff. I look at Reiko and I don't really get what his deal is. He looks slightly villainous, I suppose, because of the eye face makeup, but guy in stuff. That's what I get out of him. This is one of the worst reptile designs in my opinion. He isn't. I realized the other day, I think in like it might have been like Maximilian Dude who made like a retrospect on reptiles designs, but he pointed out something that I didn't even think about. He's got a mask, but the mask is open, which would defeat the purpose. And then you realize the reason it's open is so that they don't have to animate him pulling the mask down to spit acid. Awesome, great guys. If Reptile was like a space alien, I'd probably think he was cool in a different game, but as a reptile design, I do not like it. I just kind of like ugly and I don't like the shade of green. He's just gross. Sector is Cyrax but red. He's Cyrax but red. Same tiering. Shinnok I like a lot, actually, as an addition. I think I might put him... Ah, man. I don't think he's quite A tier. Sorry, I don't think he's quite S tier, because he doesn't inspire the same, like, whoa, as, like, Baraka does to me. But Shinnok is a good final boss. I think he's a solid final boss design. The totally white face, like Quan Chi. Like... the hat kind of reminds me, it's sort of Pope-like, you know. He feels like, oh, this is some kind of a godly magical character, and he looks evil. He is kind of like a guy wearing stuff, but I think the headpiece is what I think of when I think of Shinnok, and so that's something, and his color scheme is fine. It's a nice looking color palette. Decent final boss design. Pretty good. This is the first good Sonya design. Woo! We did it. We figured out how to make her look somewhat like a military woman, sort of. Again, she's like, it's very fantasy, I suppose. It's missing a little bit. I think they'd figure it out in the next game a lot better, but she at least... This looks like what she wears when she goes to the gym on the base or whatever, you know? This is what she wears when she's working out, when she's exercising. Sonya is just... She's supposed to be hot and a military lady, and this is finally, like, I feel the military special forces part of her character. So for that, I must give it an A. She got her little baseball cap. Tanya is boring. I don't know what I'm supposed to get. She's a lady in a leotard. She's a lady in a leotard. That's just yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, surprisingly, a lot of the MK4 designs were as infamous as this game is for being pretty janky. A lot of the MK4 designs are actually pretty decent. There's some stinkers and some kind of boring ones in here, but a lot of them are pretty solid. Some of them I think are quite good, and I think this is I think Baraka has a great design in this, just straight up. Yeah, surprisingly good showing from MK4. Okay, Deadly Alliance, a game that has a lot of alt costumes, and we're going to talk about pretty much all of them because why not? The PNGs were easy to download. And I guess we're going to start off with Blaze. Blaze is mediocre. I feel like he's one of the more he's probably the most forgettable final boss design in the series. He's just like the Human Torch, I guess. He's a fire guy. He doesn't feel particularly MK. There isn't like really a horror element. There isn't much of like a magical feeling besides him just being fire. I guess he's like supposed to be like an elemental, but meh, I don't know. Bo Cho, a character who I hate. They did like a weird thing with the way that so annoyingly, the alt costumes show first and then the default. So this is Bo Cho's default, and I don't like Bo Cho. He is, I mean, he's fat, I guess, but he's just kind of guy wearing stuff. Same goes for his alt. Whatever. He's got the exposed belly with like his render has this freakish uncomfortable skin texturing on it. You'll notice that I'm biased in general against Bo Cho. I just hate this character. I hate gross out characters. I think it's annoying that he's fat, and the idea is he's fat and it's funny because he farts and vomits and burps on you. Annoying. This is a pretty decent Cyrax. I like this Cyrax design. A little flat and undetailed in like the chest area, but overall as a cyborg ninja, he's pretty cool. His alternate is I don't know how to rate it because it's human Cyrax, which would show up later in MK9 as an alt again, but I like that version. I like it a lot more than this one. It just feels like he's almost like partway through the cyberization. It's neat. I don't want to say that I hate it. I think it's okay. I think it's okay as an alternate costume. And alternates are ways. Alternates are a good opportunity for the artist to show like different takes on characters or different sides of them, different points in their life. And this one, it's a good idea. It's a good idea and it's executed fine. All right, Draman. I love Draman. You know, I love Draman. Draman to me is a very Mortal Kombat character. I love the fact that like he's freaky and kind of gross and ugly. He's like a corpse. Well, no, he's supposed to be like an Oni technically, which is where the club comes from. He's an Oni like the Japanese ogres who had like clubs. He's a very weird take on that kind of a character. But I like his shriveled up kind of corpse look with this giant club that he's swinging. The mask it's weird. I don't know if I love the colors or all of the details on it. He's got like Shrek ears, but again, like memorable, weird character. I'd love to see him come back. I think is he on the cameo list in M1K? I feel like he might be. Just big fan. I think his alternate is I don't know. I think losing the mask and covering up his like creepy flesh is a bit of a it loses some points for me. I like the fact that he's got like this shriveled head swinging on his body as like an attachment. I wish that was part of the main design because I think that's cool. Maybe it is, and it just shows in this render, and not the other one. But yeah, it's just meh. Oh, you take the mask off and show his weird zombie face, and it just I don't know. Like the mask is cool because it adds this sort of mystique. Like he's a scary character. He's a spooky, scary looking character, and part of that is the unfamiliarity, the unrelatability of having a mask. Um, so taking it off just makes him a little more generic, unfortunately. Frost, default Frost. Fine, she is a female Sub-Zero. Perfectly okay. She does exact. She doesn't. She aims. She's not aiming high, and she basically hits the mark. I don't know how to rank her alternate because it's just like her but sexier. Um, I don't know if I like. I think I like it more. Do I like it? Do I like it enough to put her up with Draman? Yeah, I kind of wish it was her base or something. Is it the cleavage? I guess, sort of. I wish she had the mask or some kind of like a thing over her face just to kind of carry that, but it's more reminiscent of the original like female ninja designs, which is I don't know. I like it. I like boobs. Su Hao, a character everyone just seems to fucking hate. Everyone hates Su Hao. I can't really say the same. I don't think he's great. I think he's fine. He has, I think the hat is a start. I think the augmentations are a start. I wish there was a little bit more to him, or maybe in a different art style he would work better. His like alternate is just sort of unfortunately a less interesting version of his base design. Literally just because it loses the hat. There he just the one thing that I remembered him with, he just loses. But one of two things he loses. I think he's a solid design. He's okay. He's pretty. He's fine. Is he as good as Cyrax? Why not? Cry about it in the comments. Jax. This is a interesting Jax design. I want to say I like it. I want to say I actually like it quite a bit. It's a little goofy. I think the sunglasses are a little much, or the goggles that he's wearing. His arms look cool. They look cool for like the cyber arms. Uh, I always thought this was like a bullet rack or something, but now looking at the render, I'm not so sure. What a bullet. I don't know what the word is. The sling. The beret is neat. He looks more military in this, which I think helps. The previous designs were lacking that, but yeah, I think he's I actually think I do like this one. Just something about it kind of stands out to me. I think it's just the elements of with the beret, the cool looking arms, the sling. It's pretty good. His alternate is like oh, this is like really cringe, dude. I might put this in D. This okay, I can't black people leave in the comments. Is this offensive? Is this goofy as fuck? This is like, oh, what would a cool if this feels like white people designing a cool black guy. He's got a backwards hat and a big gold chain with the Mortal Kombat logo on it. Uh and he's this is Jax going out to do some hooping. Just ooh, I feel like secondhand embarrassment looking at this design. And it loses the metal arms. Like, come on, dude. Like it everything else is so distracting that like I forget the it's a memorable design, but memorable in a bad way. That makes sense. Which I guess puts it under Bo Right Joe. This is a fine Johnny Cage design. I'll put it in B. He's got, I think the little arm that he looks like a gladiator or something. I think he is supposed to have been like whisked off of a movie set from one of his movies in this game or something along those lines. I don't quite get the belt with the like the door knocker. Like, anybody home? Anybody home in your Where would that be? Any in your womb? You want to check it on Johnny Cage's womb? He's got a knocker for it. But it's fine. It's a decent design. It's solid. It's Johnny Cage. I think I actually really like his. I'm gonna put this up in A. His alternate, the James Bond Johnny Cage, where this feels like something he would wear, like a costume from a movie, but it also sort of has like a fancy. There's not that many high society characters in Mortal Kombat, like a human world high society character. So, if anyone's going to do that, it's going to be Johnny, and that's like it's a neat aesthetic to bring to Mortal Kombat. I like it. This Kano design is very hairy. It's so hairy, in fact, that his necklace is actually a lock of Sonya's hair that he stole and wears. No. No, we're putting that in D tier. No, 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 no. Oh, it makes me want a bow ride show, dude. Yeah, moving on. And his alternate is just MK1. It's fine. It's just a classic solid Kano design. At least he doesn't have a creepy fucking serial killer thing on it. Lock of her hair. Whose idea was that? That's like Buffalo Bill shit. What the hell? Kenshi, one of the most. I'm gonna put him in S. I think he's one of the most successful designs out of the 3D era. He is, again, it's like such a good idea. Blind swordsman with psychic powers. Awesome. Like you explain that feels like where I feel like some of the other 3D era characters sort of flounder in some of their concept. He feels a lot like a classic character where just like every single idea, most of them at least, like 95% of the ideas for characters in the classic series were just like these solid, like lightning in a bottle, like that's on paper it sounds cool. And Kenshi totally nails that. His color scheme is great, simple, straightforward. He's kind of like a tech samurai ninja thing. The headband, memorable. The sash adds a little bit of extra kind of contrast and color to break up the design. Just really solid, cool all around. No wonder he became such an immediate fan favorite and was brought back in so many following games. Also nice that like all of his like psychic clone abilities, they're all like blue. They're all like blue and kind of white-ish, so it's like a contrast to his main outfit. Really cool. I like it. And unfortunately, his alternate is pretty bad. It is Kenshi, but without the parts that make him interesting. The tattered aspect of it is sort of neat, but it's such a less interesting version of him. I get that it's supposed to be from before he was blinded, which is fine, but it's like, oh, Kenshi before he was cool. Yep, it's not cool. Katana's designs in this game are fine. You guys can't see, I have another window on top. Katana's designs in this game are fine. She looks like a pirate ninja, sorta, I guess. It's just okay. Like many of the female characters in Mortal Kombat, the female ninjas, just kind of like they didn't really know what to do with her besides sexy woman. That's kind of where it begins and ends. This is the worst Kung Lao design. Do you remember what I said about Kung Lao? All you need, that was foreshadowing how I really harped on the fact that all you need is the hat and it's immediately recognizable. Well, guess what? They took his hat off of his head. He wears it on his back in this game, but like just as a visual, so much more boring, so much less interesting. Barely recognizable as being Kung Lao, which is why his screw it. I'll put the alternate where he's got it back and it's the classic design. I think it's a really good look, really good rendering of his classic design. I was trying to find gameplay I was just looking up gameplay of him in this game in Deadly Alliance, and it was so hard to find anyone who used the default because it's so much worse. It's so much less cool. The alternate has like it's got nice colors in addition to bringing the hat back. It's so much better. Why did they do that? They were tried something different and it did not work out. This is I think the only time they ever do that to Kung Lao. Thankfully, Lee Mei I like a lot. I think she's another one of she's another really cool again like took a little bit of growing on me, but in terms of like okay, Liu Kang is dead. Liu Kang's dead in this game, and she kind of is like the replacement for Liu Kang. And I think she's cool. I think she looks really neat. Um, she has the sort of pinkish, almost purplish color on her outfit, the flower pattern, the sort of like wavy, what am I talking about? Flowing kind of clothing is really neat. She looks like a graceful martial artist. She looks like a cool replacement, like not a female Liu Kang. Like she's her own thing, but the same kind of martial artist vibe. And yeah, I like Li Mei a lot. I found her a little uninteresting, but I think she grew on me a lot. And then her alternate is just like what? Like what? Oh, we need to make her sexy. Just put her in like a bra and panties and what? It's like there's nothing cool about her design. That like her default design, nothing carries over. It's not interesting. It's barely a different take on the character. It's like, what would Lee Mei wear to bed, I guess? Sort of. Uh, and it's weird because like she was already like hot. She was already like sexy. She had like big cleavage and this super plunging neckline going on her in her default. Why did you feel the need to make her more revealing? Whatever. Movado, I actually like. I like Movado. I don't think he's the most interesting looking character. I think it's just kind of the trench coat is what's memorable about him for me. I like he just sort of took Cabal's hook swords, which could be it. He has a cool aesthetic. He's sort of aping Cabal in a way, but I think he does it in a decently memorable way to set himself apart. Like the bungee cords he's got in his moveset, it's decent. It's all right. It's a solid design. He's like a Spanish character. I think he has a cool name. I don't know how much that's worth, but Movado is a cool name. And then weirdly enough, I think I might prefer his alt costume where he's like a samurai with this face mask thing going on. I don't know. It's more memorable. To me, there's not a whole lot of heavily armored characters in Mortal Kombat. I suppose Kenshi was kind of the first one in this game, but yeah, I think that this one is. I like it. I think it's a cool alt. Mocap is fun. I'm gonna put him an A. I think he's fun. I think the fact that he's like a little joke character with a surprising amount of effort put into him is really neat. He's like a fun, just little nod to, who is it? Carlos Pesina, I want to say, who was the mocap actor for Midway at the time. Very cool that you would do that. The cool reference, fun little side character. I feel like people just hate on mocap too much because they think he's lame or dumb. I think it's fun. I think it's in the same way that it's cool that they would take a character like Ermac, who started as a rumor, and make him a real character. They would put their mocap actor in a game is fun. I think that's a cool thing that not a lot of other devs would really ever do. Moloch is he's an ogre guy. Reminds me of the troll from Harry Potter. He has a big ball and like chain, which is sort of neat, but I don't know. He's a monster guy. Man, it felt kind of like they were trying to do like a kind of like doing like a Motaro thing with him, but with having a super monstrous character as the sub boss, but just doesn't quite hit as hard for me. He feels a little throwaway, if I'm honest, being honest. Nitara is really close to being a design that I like, and I think the problem is that she's just not wearing enough. She's just not wearing enough. And wait, that's not the right one. This is her default. She's not wearing enough like in the mid section. She's like a vampire, but she's also a pirate. She looks like a pirate with her little like Yarhar fiddly knife, which like she's gonna move her leg and stab it fucking with the where it's placed. The headband thing over her eye and the pattern on like her bra thing, her brassiere. It's just like it's really close. I wish she was just wearing like a tight, maybe like a form-fitting vest, something like that underneath, just for like her midsection, so that she looked a little bit more gothic or a little more of like Victorian. This design is just a little goofy with the wing. I find the wings very goofy. And also like her alternate is vaguely, she has like white face paint on. I guess I'd put it in the same category. I don't really know what it's supposed to be. She has tattoos. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's based off of something. She has like symbols. She has like either Chinese or Japanese kanji on her wings. Is she like a ninja here? Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of it. Quan Chi's first redesign, and I think it's pretty good. I think it's okay. A thing he's like the very similar, basically the same design in MK9. And the one thing about this that gets me, that prevents me from putting it up to like an A tier, is the spike thing. Like at first glance it's not too bad, but then I'm like, the second he like reaches upward, he like impales himself in the face. And I'm generally not one who's like a super stickler for practicality in a character design, especially in something as over the top and campy as Mortal Kombat, but this is like, I cannot look at the character without thinking about it. How is he not cut his neck open wearing that thing? Is it magic? Just like, yeah, I like his classic, his classic design, his alt in this game a little more. Just, I don't know, again with the spikes, but I feel like I don't know, they're not as big and noticeable in the alt design. So I have to give it to that one. Raiden is original design. Raiden is a good Raiden. He's just got more details, more accoutrements, more little stuff. The gold in the outfit is a nice touch. He looks like Raiden. And similarly, I actually think his alt costume is pretty good as well. It's a bit of a different take on the character. The fact that he's okay, I know I said, like, don't put Kung Lao's hat on his back, or don't take it off of his head. But this, at least, like, this could be a standalone. I feel like this design for Raiden could have been a standalone character. It has enough going on with the hairstyle, with the kind of like cloak wrap on half of his body. He looks like a powerful. He looks like an elder god. Like he sells the look to me. I really like this reptile design. You guys know I love this reptile design. I love goofy reptile man, full lizard man reptile. And I like that he's preserved some of the ninja aspects even in this look. Less of a fan of the alt costume. Something about it, there's like a line that he crosses where he goes from ninja man who was now a lizard ninja man, and now he looks like I don't know, he looks like when you're playing a beat 'em up or some kind of Mortal Kombat game and you go to the area with all the reptiles. This looks like one of the minor reptile enemies before you fight the real one. You know what I mean? He looks like a minor character. This is one of my favorite Scorpion designs. I think it's a really, really solid Scorpion look. The perfect balance of him being the demon and the ninja, and I also really love his alternate with the skull Ghost Rider Scorpion. I like it's just for being an alternate take on the character, like, oh, when he takes the mask off and he turns into a skull. Like on his MK3 character select portrait, he looked like he was a skull, but then he was just a guy. Um, they've never really committed super hard to making a skeleton scorpion, but I think this is really cool. It's silly and cheesy, but I like it a lot. I like it. Two thumbs up. This is a really good Shang Tsung design. He feels like a sorcerer with the robes, with the kind of gold. He doesn't look like too armored up, and he's got a lot of these kind of loose flowing robes. He doesn't look like a guy who's necessarily going to fight you hand to hand. He's going to use some magic and stuff. The long hair and the beard, I think, accentuates the older sorcerer wizard guy aesthetic. And his alternate is it doesn't hit quite as hard for me. The hat is a little weird. The He looks like a ringleader, like his top, with the bars. I don't know what you'd call these. The connectors, the fasteners between his parts of the outfit. It's okay. It's a fine, solid Shang Tsung look, but nothing. Just a little less impactful for me. This is one of my favorite Sonya designs. Finally, it feels like they took the ideas from MK4 and they committed much harder to her, I don't know, her theme. This feels like the first Sonya design where it's like, oh, they nailed it. They actually nailed it. She is obviously hot, right? That's a thing that they just want to do with Sonya for most of the series, at least. But the military aspect, I love the short jacket. The top is cool. The leather pants. I don't know what's the deal with like is she wearing a thong? Is that what it's supposed to be? I can't even tell. Is that part of her pants or not? I can't tell. But she actually has a military look. Finally, that's like this feels like she's going to. One of the running themes is that I think they just need to put Sonya in a short jacket. I think this is like the best direction for her design is short jacket. She's not always like fully suited up in gear, but she's gonna she looks tough. She looks tough and fit and hot in this, and it's good. Her I don't know if I like the alt quite as much. Just for I don't know, the color, the beige, it's a little whatever for me. Not the most interesting. I wish there was a little bit more. I like the green. I wish there was a little more green from the beret in it. It's a little basic. Also, she has a bizarre in like her story, her character like arcade ending. There's a shot where she's in this outfit and it's the weirdest looking. Maybe I'll grab one for the video. The way that it's like her CG render is, her model is, her outfit has to have like big cups, almost sleeves in it for like her boobs to like slot into. It's the most bizarre, like when you actually look at someone wearing clothes, someone's breasts, like the way that clothes form around the breasts, it's not like sculpted around when it's just cloth. It's the weirdest looking thing. So weirdly enough, I sort of maybe got the default and the alt costume mixed up for Sub-Zero in this game, because on character select he is this one. He's old maskless Sub-Zero, which I actually find pretty decent. And then in his arcade endings, for some reason, he's this look, which is one of my favorite Sub-Zero designs. I guess I'll talk about old unmasked Sub-Zero. I like this one a lot more than the MK3 one because well, number one, he has the ice hands, which I think lends a little more. Again, I like him when he's the ice ninja, not just the blue ninja. I like Scorpion when he's a demon ninja, not just a yellow ninja. But then also, I think the fact that he's older is a little bit more interesting of a touch for the character. Everything that I like about it is pushed way more in the other costume he has in this game. This is just like, yeah, I already talked about it. This is one of my favorite designs. Carries a lot of the cool things like the scar from MK4. Carries has these ice hands. Some nice like asymmetry in his design. He looks very ninja and very ice. And to me, that fulfills the fantasy of Sub-Zero. Yeah, so Deadly Alliance, honestly, a lot of really good designs. It has some ones that I don't really care that much for, but a lot of them are alt costumes, which I wouldn't weigh as heavily. It has a couple very bad default designs, but for the most part, a lot of them real winners in this one. I like the look of a lot of characters in this game. All right, jumping into Deception, which is a game that I think also has, we'll see. I won't make any judgments before before I've actually gone through the list. First up is Ashra. Ashra is fine. I want to put her in A tier because I think she has a lot going for her, namely the big hat. I think the big hat is very memorable. It's the hats. The hat that just put them in a big, goofy, memorable hat, and and I'll give them a high rating. My one problem with Ashra is that she's so close to being cool, and she just kind of, I don't know, there's just not quite enough. She needs something else. I think the color palette is good. The white and gold, the hat, like I said, the sash around her waist works for me. The little like twisty things on her forearms and her shins are a nice detail. There's just a little, she needs a little push, you know? She needs a little more for me. And I also want to like her alt, but they took away the hat. They took away the fun part, and she just, I don't know, she has these weird like mesh sleeve things, but then she's got an inner sleeve. It's a little weird. She has more cleavage for some reason. She's got almost like a skirt dress thing going on with these like Chun-Li tights. I don't know. I feel like you could mash this and her default design together and get something more interesting. Honestly, what I find very distracting about this outfit is that when you remove the hat, it just makes me think about how much she looks like Lana Del Rey. Right? Doesn't she look like Lana Del Rey? Obviously wasn't an influence because this game's from like 2005 or something, but damn, it is weird. This is another two really good Baraka designs. I'm trying again. I want to say that the default one is second because that's how these are all laid out. But yeah, just kind of honestly, I really like both of them. I'd put them in A tier. The default design has like, again, just putting Baraka in a little bit of armor really enhances the look for me for whatever reason. These sort of weird, almost bone looking straps that attaches, his armor around to his, I don't know, the strap things over his shoulders, kind of bone looking, which enhances the bone blade arm thing that he's got going on for me. I think I might actually like the alternate design even more. It has it reminds me a lot of like his classic design with the white and red tunic, but with just a little shoulder armor to just for flair and for a little bit of detail. I think he looks great. This is a really good Baraka design. It's Bo Raicho. I find his default less offensive. The big puffy furry sleeves are at least a little more interesting. His alternate is boring. Guy wearing things. He's, I guess, got the big flask, but I don't know. It's not enough for me. I don't find it cool. I don't find it cool looking enough or interesting enough to really make a difference in my book. Uh, yeah. This guy's name, is this Dyro? What is the image called? This is Dyro. It is Dyro. Dyro is one of the worst offenders of guy wearing stuff. He sort of has like an thing on his forehead, I guess. His alt design takes all that off and also makes the colors more drab and also takes off any other even mildly interesting stuff he had going on with his like shoulder things. I get, is this like a younger Dyro? I don't know. A design that is so intensely forgettable. I couldn't remember his name. I get almost less than 0 out of Dyro. D tier. Darius, or as I like to call him, Shitty Blade. The design is I don't know what he's supposed to be or do. He's like Blade, but he's kind of like fantasy. Almost, he doesn't even look like a Mortal Kombat character in this to me. He doesn't look like he looks like a Special Forces character more than he's supposed to be more like Order Realm or something like that. And he's I don't know. I think his alt is a lot, but it's more fun for one thing. I think about it much more. He looks like a goofy 70s martial artist, like blaxploitation. He looks like Black Dynamite, which is more fun for me, I guess. Also, I was reading, like, I happened to read his like bio, and they're all written in the first person in this game, and he's some kind of like freedom fighter against the oppressive regime or something that they're under. And and part of his bio talks about how this is so dumb. I have to go on a tangent about it. When he wants to recruit people to his cause, if he wants to recruit someone who's like a guard, like, oh, a trained soldier, that would be a useful person to have in our ranks of freedom fighters. He'll arrange for an assassin to kill the guard's family, and then when the guard retaliates against the assassin, the guard will be arrested and go to jail, and then Darius will break him out of jail and that will convince him to join the freedom fighters. Do you never try to talk to me like Mortal Kombat's story, at least at this time, was anything. Don't even try. Ermac design in this game, I like it. I think it's solid. Not a whole lot to talk about. It's one of my it's a good direction for Ermac. He's kind of like a genie, sort of starting to do the mummy look, which I like a lot. But the alternate is just sort of it just feels like an unused. It doesn't feel that much like an alternate costume in the way that like Darius's did a second ago. It just feels like a different draft of the design, and it's fine. Goro is still awesome. He is still cool as hell and big and giant. And his alt costume, I don't like it. I don't like his alt. And it's for much the same reasons that I talked about why I liked when I talked about why I liked the armor. It's the armor that kills it for me. I like Kintaro because the armor is purely decorative, and it's like he's not trying to protect anything seriously. He's just showing off. It's just to look intimidating and spiky and scary. And if this was just like the side thing on his shoulder, I think it would be fine. But the helmet and the mesh, almost like chainmail thing he's got on his body, it just kills it for me. It's like a significantly less confident, weirdly weaker looking design because of the lack of confidence. I think it's unfortunately kind of a dud in the Goro department. Havoc is really neat. I like the fact that he's supposed to be this chaos sorcerer priest guy, and his like half of his face is melted off. He's got these white eyes, this sort of like almost like very thrown together looking clothing and kind of tattered in the like the bottom sort of thing he's got around his like hanging around his waist. I think this is man, is it a B or an A? I like it too much for it to be a B. And the same honestly goes for his alternate. I think I like it about as much. It's a bit of a he's more sorcerer than like I don't know what I'd call the other one. Just kind of like he looks like a zombie. He looks like some sort of zombified warrior, and the other one just looks like a zombified wizard. I think they're both decent takes on his character. I wish maybe there was like a little bit more detail, but overall, or like not detail, but like a thing, something super recognizable. It's kind of just the face. The face I think does a lot for it, but yeah, I like Havoc a lot. I think he was a good pick to have return recently. Hotaru. Oh, I've come around on this character a little bit. Not a lot. I won't say I love him. I mentioned that there aren't that many like super heavily armored Mortal Kombat characters, but as a guy who's supposed to be a guard in full plate armor, I think he's kind of cool. I think the armor design is neat. I like the fact that he's sort of dragonfly themed with these attacks that create light and fire, and it's kind of neat. Same thing goes, I think, for his alternate. It's a little NPC-ish, but the helmet design, I like the weird face plate visor. That's unique to me. Yeah, I like the hair ponytail thing, or I can't tell if that's just like the plume of the helmet. Good. I actually do like Hotaru. This Jade design, I can't put it in S. But I'll put it in A. I don't know, man. Like, she's hot. I don't know what else to say. I don't know. Like, let me have this one. I won't. Jade, unfortunately, does not have that much going on in most of her designs besides just being hot. But for me, this one accomplishes that pretty successfully. Her alt is also fine. I think what's weird, it's basically just the MK3 look, later very reminiscent of the MK9 design, but she has these odd hair buns, which I don't know, the hair buns are weird for me. Cabal. This is a really good Cabal design. It's just kind of Cabal, classic Cabal. Okay. I have to give it a B instead of an A for a very specific reason, and there's two reasons. Number one, he has this goofy little antenna on his backpack. I don't know why he has the backpack. I don't know why it has an antenna, but it's this weird thing, and it boing, every time he moves in game, it goes boing, and it's really dumb. I'm gonna also put his alternate, which is kind of just the same thing. It's not too much. It's not that different of a design. It's a little. It's a little less interesting. It's more stripped down. I can't say I care that much for it. The second thing is this is the game where I notice that Cabal has he has pigtails. For some reason, they have his hair come out in these two little bits from his mask. It's like it goes all the way around his head, and then there's like these two bits where they let his hair come out, and it makes these pigtails, and it's weird, and I don't like it, and I find it odd. You can't really notice it in the MK3 design. Um, yeah, it's Kenchi's alt, or sorry, his design in Deception is also pretty solid. It's a little more boring. I think his alt design is just his original from Deadly Alliance. The main design is the default is just kind of got a little less color, a little less going on compared to the alternate, the previous design. Uh, yeah, it's a marginally worse version. Not a bad design by any means, but marginally worse than his default, or sorry, than his previous design, I would say. Oh boy, Kira. Don't you guys love Kira? The most memorable character ever. She's like Blood Rain, I guess. Kira, dude, I've made this comparison a couple times, but man, Kira is the most minor enemy from a beat 'em up I've like in this whole series. It is crazy how little of an impact she makes. She has like absolutely nothing going on. It is crazy. It's wild. Her alternate is a little more blood rainy, which is fine, I guess. Just absolutely nothing. Cobra is okay. Cobra's okay. He's Ken. I think I want to say I like his alternate a lot more, actually. I might actually put it up in A. I just think the hood looks cooler. He's actually a villainous character. His story is that he was a martial artist. He took like martial arts classes in like whatever city he lived in, and then he like didn't know how practical they would be, so he went out and started just fighting people, and then eventually just like started like, oh, I'll rough up some drug dealers, and he was like a faux vigilante, and then he just started killing them, and then he just started killing regular people, and he's just like a fucking, yeah, Cobra. He's like an actual like serial killer, like he's a psychopath, which you don't get at all from his design. I'm gonna actually, that's gonna drop it down to like B tier, because you do not get the idea that he's like a fucking psychopath, insane person, murderous rampager, um, in the slightest from his design. But it's okay. It's relatively inoffensive. Lee May's new design, I don't really like it. She doesn't look like a martial artist anymore. She looks like a pirate. Why do they keep making the ladies look like pirates in these games? She looks like a weird, sexy pirate, and I don't know. It's a lot more generic and doesn't really like why. She doesn't look like what she's supposed to be. I actually think her alt is a little better. I think the armored look is actually pretty neat. She looks like a martial artist more so, although the amount of armor is a little strange. I wish it was a little lighter. I don't know. It's like, why couldn't they go back to her design from DA? That one was so simple and effective, I think. Liu Kang, zombie Liu Kang. Kind of a precursor, I guess, to the Revenants from the NRS games. One of the most probably controversial decisions in the whole series was to kill him, and then later, and he's just gone for Deadly Alliance, and now he's back, resurrected as a zombie, and I kind of dig it a lot. It's a really interesting place to take his character, especially visually. It's pretty ballsy, right? To take your ostensibly your main character and kill him and then bring him back in this super like there's I know I can think of other characters from fighting games who have been like technically corpses, like Zato at some point in Guilty Gear, like the XX games. He's basically a zombie, but he just looks like regular Zato. Liu Kang here in Deception is full on crazy, goofy zombie, but I dig it. I think that like the martial artist thing, having it's a zombie martial artist is something I can't imagine in anything else. It's not something I can think of any other examples of. In fact, he's got these like big hooks on the chains with hooks on them is kind of sick. um, I really like a lot of the characters who are kind of horror inspired or horror adjacent in Mortal Kombat. And this design is very boundary pushing and it feels very Mortal Kombat-ish for what it is. I appreciate it a lot. And that kind of makes his default his alternate just okay. It's him, but alive and human and stuff, and it's just less interesting. The best Melina design ever. Deception Melina, awesome. I gushed over this in the dedicated female ninja list. I just think this one is awesome. It's great, and you know what? Her alternate, it's not that bad either. It reminds me a lot. It feels like it inspired a lot of the MK9 design, which I also like. I like here that it keeps the veil over her mouth. Just it's Melina. It's showing a lot of skin. It's a pretty, I don't know, the symmetry is nice. Solid Melina design. I think this is good. I like the way her hair like flips over her eyes. That's cool. Just a lot of little things I like about this design. The boots are neat. Yeah, just the black and pink and pretty strong. Nightwolf looks fine in this game. His hair is like a little messy, I guess. He's supposed to be like an outdoorsy guy, I suppose. He's got like the cross stitching, which usually only sexy women get, but he's got it on his vest. It's okay. It's very much just, hey, let's do Nightwolf again. It's like a refresh, a little freshening up of his original design. His alternate with the Mohawk. Okay, haha, Mohawk, right? The Mohawk Indian tribe, right? I think I like this one. I might put regular. I'm gonna put Armor Goro down here, and then I'm gonna put Mohawk. I'm gonna put default. No, I'm gonna put there. Yeah, there it is. I can't see the damn heads. I'm gonna put default Nightwolf down there. I think I like the Mohawk design a little bit better, just because it feels like a more interesting direction for the character visually. He's got like some tattoos. He's got like, I guess, tribal markings on him. I doubt the accuracy of them, but they're going for something. Yeah, I kind of wish that his default was sort of a little more in this vein. I don't know if like quite as extreme with the Mohawk. I'm not a super big fan of the Mohawk look, but it's at least more interesting. At least kind of funny enough, a cultural reference, which you barely get in Mortal Kombat. Okay, Noob Smoke. A duo tag team fighter, which is a cool idea. I'm torn on this one between the default and the alternate. So, in the default outfit, I really like this Noob Saibot. I think this is a cool looking noob. This is a much cooler rendition of him in 3D than the MK4 one. He looks a lot less basic and template. The problem is that I just don't like this smoke. He's so dumb looking. The fact that his body is made of smoke. Again, the helmet is kind of cool, but the rest is just like, what? Why he's made of smoke? And that like brings it down a lot for me. Then in the other design, the alternate, I like him a lot. I like Smoke a lot more because he's like a cyborg. I think this is a pretty good Smoke design. But I don't like the Noob Saibot as much. He's like human noob, which is weird because human noob should be like Sub-Zero. But no, he's just, it's like less cool Noob Saibot because he doesn't have like the all black skin and that stuff. It's like directly split down the middle. If I could take the Cyber Smoke and match it up with the all black Ghost Noob Saibot, I think that would be like the best. That would be the best match. That would be the coolest looking combination. But as it stands, I want to say, oh man, I can't give either of them A for that reason alone. So I'll just give. This will be a lot easier in Armageddon when they're separate characters. Um, Wait, did I bring that? I don't know. I might. I don't know if I got ones for Armageddon. I'll put them both in B for the time being. Being. I'm not gonna change. I don't know why I said for the time being because I'm not gonna update this, but yeah, solid elements, but just brought down by, well, in one case, a little thing, which is I don't really like the noob design, the alternate noob design, and for the other one, a big thing. I really dislike the smoke design. Raiden, Dark Raiden. This is like the first Dark Raiden design, and I think it's really good. I think it's one of my favorites in the whole game. Again, like you can take that the basic look of Raiden and then change stuff around it, and he still is recognizable. Still got the hat with these this added kind of spooky, almost like horns sort of add on top of the hat. Obviously in all black with the red eyes. This looks like evil Raiden. This could have been a really goofy, dumb look. I think it'd be really easy to mess this up, but it really works for me. It's simple. He's dark. He's menacing. The glowing red eyes, like Caleb from Blood. I think like the tattered cape is really neat. He looks like a dark, wrathful elder god. I think it's really good. And then to a slightly less extent, I think his alt is also pretty decent. It's all right. Very much in line with I want to say the alternate he had from Deadly Alliance, but now he has these sort of monk beads around his, from like wrapped around his shoulder. He looks. I think the problem is that the side clothing he's wearing, I don't know what you call this thing. It's a little bulky looking, and it ends up looking a bit awkward because of the asymmetry doesn't work as much for me here, just because it ends up looking. He looks like he's got a big arm and a skinny arm, a crab or something. But I think it's okay. I think overall it's pretty good. I think I think it looks better in game. But overall it's a pretty good design. I think it's above average. This is one of my least favorite Scorpion designs. Too heavily armored, too much like a samurai instead of a ninja. Just like yeah, it just doesn't work for me. And then the classic one, it's fine. You know, it's a classic design. That's his alt. It's the MK3 Scorpion. I do like that the mask has these sort of lines that elicit a bit of like a skull look, which is neat. Again, you know, I like skull Scorpion, but that's sort of it. Shao Kahn, completely unchanged. S tier character design. Awesome villain. The alternate, C, I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's so funny what just a simple change in design can do. I think actually like the skirt he's got sort of going on, or the kilt, whatever you want to call it, is I actually like it. I think I might even prefer it to the original, but the most important thing is the helmet, and the helmet is weird in this. It's like he looks like a bat. It looks kind of goofy. He loses the Shogun look that he has in his classic design, and he just ends up looking a little more like a generic evil guy. A little too Skeletor for me. Shujinko is boring but fine. He's an old man. I think his alternate is more boring, weirdly enough. Like, he just kind of shaved his head. He's got a weird, what is this, like a bib on him or something? It's just, I don't get it. Sindel in this game is, I like her. I want to put her in A. She keeps the big hair. This is very much like we're just adapting a lot of the MK3 design for her, the classic design, which hasn't been seen yet in the 3D style. And for being an adaptation of the classic design, I think it's pretty solid. She looks good, even if again I don't get too many queen vibes off of her. And then honestly, her alternate is I think way better. She looks, for some reason, this is like the one design where they actually gave her like a crown. They gave her a crown, and I think that that makes it way more solid for me. There's the popped collar, or like the thing that it looks, um it adds this feeling of I don't know, something about that popped collar is so maniacal and arrogant, and like it projects a sense of power around her. The hair I wish was a little bigger, but yeah, I think like the rest of the outfit, I mean, it's just kind of like sexy mush, kind of like her default. Yeah, sexy mush is how I would describe it. But just these little details like the crown sells to me the idea of her being a queen much more. The best Sub-Zero design in the series. Shogun Shredder Sub-Zero with the fur collar, and he's too badass. He's too badass. Um, this is such a sick design, and unfortunately, his I don't feel quite the same about his alternate. He barely even looks like Sub-Zero in this one. Um, he looks like a frost mage, and it's, you know, it's a fine design for that, but compared to the other one, especially, just much less interesting. Um, I guess the colors are kind of neat, like the amount of like black in it and the shade of blue, but yeah, I'll pick the other one any day over this design. And then Tanya. Tanya is okay. I feel very indifferent towards Tanya. Her deception design is better than her original design, just for having some more interesting bits like the skirt and the smear over her eyes. But overall, it's like Tanya has never stood out very much to me, and her alternate, which is just her classic design, is also just kind of boring. I don't know what she is. I don't know what she's supposed to be. It's one of the biggest sufferers of Mortal Kombat female ninja syndrome. Okay, so on to Armageddon. Armageddon, I only pick, I mean, most of the roster in this game is returning, so I only really picked the characters who I thought had new redesigns in this game, or were new to this game. Very, very few, and most of their alts. So first up would be Chameleon, and I quite like Chameleon. I think he's, again, like I said in the specific ninja ranking list video, I think he's a very good, he's a good encapsulation of the MK2 style ninja, and the see-through thing is neat. I already talked about him. And then Dagon, I think is his name. One of the two new characters, like the brothers from the Conquest mode in this game, and Taven, so Dagon. It's Taven and Dagon, right? And they are both boring. They are both boring. Dagon, a guy wearing stuff. I don't get anything out of Dagon. I can't say I'm itching for him to return. I can't even think of it. He has like a missing, like a blind in one eye thing. Ugh. Fujin. I like Fujin in this game. I think like the big, super long ponytail is neat. Just, I don't know. Like, they get his hair every single time, and I think that's what makes him work for me. The alternate is a little funky. The only alternate pictures I could get are like the in-game model viewer, where it's like all zoomed out and stuff. It's okay. I don't know. I think losing the ponytail kills it a bit for me. The cape is kind of funny, or like scarf or whatever it's supposed to be, but nah, I just kind of like it marginally less. It's less immediately cool to me than default Fujin is. Did I accidentally set my wallpaper to be Deadly Deception Baraka? Jarek, he's back, and he's wearing leather armor. And his alternate is his, I don't even know. It's what guy wearing thing, guy wearing stuff. Who's the next guy? Oh, Kai. Yeah, I don't know why Kai has like kind of the stripes going on, but just leather armor, weird, very similar to Jarek. It feels like I don't know, like it feels like a similar artist designed both of these outfits with all this weird detailing and texturing on their leather looking armor, and it's just what? This is, I will say, this is, I didn't I didn't realize Kai was supposed to be black before looking at this design. So I guess props to them for depicting the character better than they could in MK4. Speaking of MK4, his MK4 design is in this game, and I think it's actually a lot better. I like his little, I think he's got like a little sash thing, looking at it from afar. But he's got a little sash thing going on, and I don't know, it's more interesting to me than just sort of like bleh, top armor thing, detail, weird leather texture patterns. Chameleon, I like Chameleon a lot. Female Chameleon. The big hair, the sort of reptile skin pattern clothing, the scale clothing. This is a fun Kintaro. I like this Kintaro a lot. Pretty much everything that I like about the original is back. The armor, he's more of a tiger guy. It's cool. And his alt is just classic Kintaro, also great. Meat is fun to me. I wouldn't put him in S because the eyeball thing freaks me out. Like that's really the big hang up is the eyeball thing is but other than that, I think he's a really cool, very Mortal Kombat character, you know? Like he's just a skinless person and he has meat cleavers for weapons and he throws his head as a projectile. He like bowls it. It's awesome. It's great. Do not bring this character back. I cannot stand a modern day realistically depicted meat. Don't do that to me. Otaro is back in this game and he is no longer a centaur. He's just a guy with legs. So I have to take points off. He's kind of an interesting big ass tall dude with horns. But no centaur. What the hell? Onaga's really good. I think Onaga's actually a really good boss design. Yeah, I'll put him in S. Why not for this game? He is a dragon king, and that's really easy, I feel like, to make look dumb, especially with the big wings. But something about it, like, he's just simple enough. He's got enough of that, like, it's like, oh, he doesn't have to wear a ton of armor because his skin is like armor. It's this plate scale. And the big horns, which is that a helmet or is that just part of his body? I'm not sure. He feels like a big final boss, and I like that. Wait, technically he's from Deception, isn't he? Yeah, I don't know. Well, we're ranking him now, and he's really good. This Rain design, I am not super into. It's not my favorite take on the character. I know a lot of people like him, but I mentioned in the Male Ninja video that it's a little too princey for me and not enough ninja, which is why I like the alternate, I think, a lot more. It's very similar to his MK9 look, you know, obviously with some of it feels like the MK9 look was based off of this one in some way. I like that he keeps the mask, but he has kind of like the more traditional ninja design. Yeah, I think they struggled for a bit to find, in my opinion, the right balance between ninja and prince. And these kind of represent two ends of the scale. The default is a little more princey, and the alternate is a little more ninja-y. Reiko returns, and he is fine. He's solid, I guess. The armor is a little more Shao Kahn like. He isn't just wearing like a shirt now. So there's that. I cannot bring myself to care about Reiko. His alternate is the MK4 one, which is boring. This reptile is an okay reptile. Again, I would rank it higher, but I feel like for me, like I mentioned, the weird flat face kind of kills it for me. The lack of the nose. I just wish he had like a reptile snout. But they wouldn't do anything like that for quite some time. Serena is boring as fuck and is like the laziest character design I feel like in the entire series. She's hot lady. She wears like shorts and a bra and not even like shorts really, just like a bikini bottom. Just what am I supposed to get out of this character? What is her deal? What is her what? She's from like I think she's from like the GBA Deadly Alliance or something or like the GBA port of MK4 or something crazy like that. And they brought her back cuz it's Armageddon, you know. But not one of the winners, just boring uninspired character design. One like the epitome of brute force sexuality. Just not. I really like this sector design. I'm gonna put it up in A. I think that it's like a really nice balance between adding just enough detail for the art style and the technical limitations of the time for the amount of detail they could get in. But it's still like very readable. It's very clear. He looks like a cool cyborg robot, or sorry, cyborg ninja, and I like that. I like it a lot. It's an adaptation. It's like a fleshing out of the classic cyber ninja design, and I'm a big fan. His alternate is weirdly like bad. It has this weird, really thin eye visor. It's really dark and muddy. It looks like an MKX design, but I mean, even in MKX, I feel like a lot of the designs are very cluttered, and in this one, it's like even worse because the textures are way lower res. So it just looks crammed and and overly busy. And what is going on with this? What was the idea here? Shiva. Good, really good Shiva design. I like this one a lot. It's more heavily armored. They were trying to get her more, put her in some more armor, or just do something more with her character design than just like a slingshot bikini. And I think that because, like I said, as long as she has the four arms, that's like her Kung Lao hat, you know? She will always be recognizable. You can put her in whatever different armor, and no matter how dumb it looks, she's still Shiva. And even if you aren't like a huge fan, like I don't think this armor design is like amazing. It's kind of whatever. It's very like Booba-y. It's still Shiva, and Shiva's cool. And then I have to give it also up to give an A tier to her alternate, which is her classic design. Not a lot to say. I really like this Shinnok, actually. I think I'd put him up in A. The hat makes him more popely. They finally, it's like they took the MK4 look and they just kind of did it in a modern style that could depict him a little better, with a little more detail and a little more polygons in him. Apparently he has an alternate, but I looked at them. I literally cannot tell the difference between the two. He looks like evil sorcerer god man, and it works. It communicates what it has to. This is a bad striker design. This is a D tier striker design. Like I said, this my man could not catch a break. And like, what is he supposed to be? Is he supposed? I feel like he's a cop, right? He's a cop from New York, and they put him in this like cyber suit with sunglasses and some nonsense on his back, and it looks so goofy and not like Stryker at all. He looks like a special forces character. And it's weird because his alternate is so close to being good, but they put this stupid mask over him and he looks like a ninja. He looks like he's cosplaying Noob Saibot. It looks terrible. Like if you just took the mask off, this should have been just his default. Like, oh, a SWAT guy, like a SWAT outfit for him, like some kind of extension of the police theming from his initial appearance. But no, it's like, what is going on? Yeah, so Armageddon, kind of a mixed bag, a lot of bland characters, a lot of decent a lot of decent redesigns and such. And some genuinely pretty good ones. I think there's actually a lot of winners on on the initial, or sorry, on the original cast, original designs for this game, or ones that debuted in this game. So not too bad. All right, it's the next day. I That took like 2 hours, and we're only halfway through. So I fell asleep, and now we're back, and we're gonna start out with MK versus DC. So I made the decision not to rank the DC characters for this game because it's this game has very safe classic character designs for the most part. So it would just be me saying, "Yeah, Batman looks cool." So we're gonna just do the MK characters, but yeah, with a lot of them there's not a whole lot to talk about. Except for Baraka. Like I said, Baraka, weirdly enough, some of the best looks in the series. It's his lightly armored form. I don't, something about him is so straightforward but cool. Like he's like a jobber who's ascended to being a main character, like a main roster character. And that's neat. Jax, and this is a interesting Jax design. He looks different, you know? He looks like a very different character. I'm gonna put him in B just because he's fine. The arms look fine. It's not a very adventurous design for him. He's just sort of in a black tactical special forces gear with printed on abs on his jacket or whatever it is, and he looks tough. It's a fairly solid Jax design. Kano as well. This is just sort of a combination of a bunch of different little Kano-isms, with just down to what he's wearing to the shape of his little. So like in his, that's not in his chest, is it? The little thing. I think he just wears it around his strapped over his shoulder. He's got the Black Dragon tattoo. It's fine. It's Kano is Kano. I don't know if Kano has any truly great designs in Mortal Kombat. Katana is female ninja, which in the context of this game is just okay. Again, Katana does not have that much personality or character in her outfits besides just being like a hot girl. So, yeah, and this is a fine. It's what did I call Sindel a little while ago? Sexy mush. It's like that's what this outfit is. Liu Kang has this goofy belt that I kind of love with the Mortal Kombat logo on it with the dragon. I think it's supposed to be it's like it represents something in game and lore probably. I don't care enough to check. But other than that, he's a little generic. Again, I think he's just okay. He's just fine. Um, Raiden, I think I'm gonna put up with Baraka. It's a it's a good Raiden, you know? He looks like himself. Standard classic Raiden. Scorpion, wow. I think this is maybe like on the it's a very stripped back simple Scorpion, but it's got enough details that I think I'll put it in A. I do like I do like how sleek it is. It leans more we'll see in a second that one of my favorite Scorpion designs is the MK9 look. I really like that one. And this is sort of trending in that direction. It doesn't have quite as much. I like it when he's just got like these little gold armor on him, little just in little touches around his costume. But I think this one's cool. I think he looks cool in this. I think the mask does a lot for me. Shang Tsung this is like an MK3 Shang Tsung. He's fine. He's doing the little creepy, ooh, I'm gonna cast a spell on you hands. I don't know what that is. Yeah, classic Shang Tsung, not my absolute favorite look for him. I like it when he's got the big beard, you know? Uh, sort of on the other end of boss characters, Shao Kahn, awesome classic design. I'm not giving any of these like an S just because I don't know, like they're so not adventurous, and they're also not like incredible executions of previous designs, if that makes sense. Like, yep, that's MK3 Shao Kahn. Or sorry, or Shang Tsung. these these names for their bosses. Sonya's is this one's fine. Again, like I feel it's either a B or a C. I like Sonya a lot more when she's wearing like a little jacket over her clothes, like the Deadly Alliance design. In my head, that's like this is just it's she's just not quite got enough going on. I think the beret is cool, but yeah, just like the tank top with. Oh yeah, no, she totally has visible nipples in this render. She totally does. You know, it's leaning a little much into the pinup thing for me, which is like, I mean, it's just kind of boring for Sonya. I guess from it's a little too much pinup for my taste. And this Sub-Zero is also pretty good. It's very reminiscent of DA Sub-Zero, which I am a big fan of. The ice hands, man, I'm telling you, it's almost like a more detailed version of that with like the pattern that's on his what's it even called? His little front flap apron thing. His armor has a little bit more detailing in it with these little patterns on the shoulder guards and that such, all that stuff. It's a pretty good Sub-Zero. It's all around solid. Yeah, this game's roster on the MK side, on both sides, is, man, it's surprisingly very, it's very simple. It's very basic. Yeah, MK versus DC. Not the best remembered game in the franchise for decent reason, although it was integral to the formation of NetherRealm and the eventual release of MK9. So, ooh. So, huge bias alert. A lot of my favorite designs from the whole series come from MK9. I know not everyone feels this way, but for myself, this is some of the peak of the looks of a lot of these characters. MK9 was a really nice blend of doing a remake in a lot of ways, a throwback to the original trilogy at a time when the series had kind of been floundering and didn't really know what its identity was. So it was a really nice recentering on the things that made these characters cool initially, and I think the designers, the artists, the character designers, on a lot of these really hit the nail on the head for what is, yeah, what is appealing and cool about the characters, and in some cases sort of modified it or pushed it in a certain direction that I really like. Funny enough, despite how many Baraka designs I like, I think I'll put this, you know what? I'll put this in B, because it's a very standard classic Baraka. It's the white tunic. He's not doing anything crazy. His alternate, on the other hand, ooh, I like this Baraka a lot. In game, I wish the colors were a little brighter. This is concept art, technically, that you're probably seeing on screen right now. But just this outfit, oh, this is a boss Baraka. I think he looks so cool in this. The chains down to the belt, the red, the red in the metal, the spiky pauldrons, super cool. His like the armbands, are they skulls? Are they like skulls when the teeth like his arms are coming out of the teeth? It's so stupid and metal. It's awesome. It's so cool. Unironically, like it one thing I've learned from this is maybe I should go try playing Baraka in one of these games. Cyber Sub-Zero, pretty good. He's a good, interesting take on the character. I've talked about him before. Metal Cold Machine. Sub-Zero, decent, good idea. Moving on to another one of the other cyborgs. I think this is a really solid Cyrax design. I'm going to put it up with Sub-Zero. Again, just very... One of the things I like about the designs in this game a lot is how they don't feel... There's clearly an effort to put more detail into them, like just little details. You can see the breaks in his armor and different little segments of it, texturing and dirt and stuff, but it never feels overcrowded. Like I look at Cyrax and just immediately I go to like the yellow and the green and the eyes, like down at his chest, and oh, his chest has these like big dark areas. Guess what? Because he's shooting bombs out of there. And green net things. So effective, eye-catching, cool design. I like how in this game they kind of brought, maybe it was some elements in previous games and I just glossed over it, but I like the idea of, because I also am a bit, actually, I might actually like the human design a little more. That might be weird, but I really like the human design for both of the cyber ninjas. Like if you look at Cyber Cyrax, he has these like cords, these cables that kind of flow out of the back of his head, and it kind of looks like human Cyrax's hair with the... Oh god, these are cornrows, right? I'm sorry if I got the name wrong. That's a really cool idea, to take the hair and turn it into like cables. That's kind of sick. I prefer this more than the previous attempt at doing a human Cyrax design, which was just like, oh, he's like poking out of the armor, and I don't know, it felt a little goofy. It kind of had that, on retrospect, thinking about the DA design for human Cyrax, it felt kind of like the effect in Warhammer 40k where the armor is so big on the characters that their heads look disproportionately tiny in like a humorous way, which is kind of like, I think, a little intentional to look ridiculous, but that's kind of what that old design reminds me of. Ermac. I really like this Ermac. This is, I think, one of his best modern looks. He's got the sorcerer thing, the genie thing, taking a lot of cues from the 3D era design. But I think, like, slimming him down, I think Ermac suffered a little bit from not shining as much in the art style of the 3D era games. Those games are very... They have very, I always call it action figure proportions, with like the really broad shoulders and everything's very big and exaggerated. And Ermac, I think, works a lot when they emphasize his sort of skinniness, the bagginess of his clothes, like his pants, his arms, the straps and things that flow around him, because he's meant to be a spellcaster. He's like a mage or some kind of sorcerer sort of dude. He's like the ninja. He's the sorcerer of the ninjas. When he looks a little slimmer and skinnier, it emphasizes that, oh, he's not a physical fighter full on. He's amplifying his strength with his powers, and that. So this is just like a kind of a better execution of that idea for me. As well, I unfortunately skimmed over it in the standalone video on the ninjas. Video on the male ninja specifically, but also a really big fan of his alternate. I think this hits... It's actually a little bit simpler than the original, than the default, but I think it really works for me. The color scheme has just been totally simplified to red and black, and just this little spark of green from his eyes. It's still got the kind of baggy, loose, covered from head to toe, his identity completely obscured because he's made of souls and stuff like that, or he's harvested souls. And he's still got these elements like around his legs, the wrappings and stuff like that. This is a really cool one. I like the hood, just the amount that it obscures him and makes him look like a creepy, kooky sorcerer. I like it a lot. I have talked about Jade's designs before as being kind of disappointing for just not really landing on anything super solid besides her being hot and sexy. But she is in this one, and also in her alternate. What can I say? Honestly, not a lot. I'm not a super huge fan of the fact that her alternate takes the mask off, but I mean, like, yeah, there's not a whole lot to say. she's there's not a whole lot of clothes to talk about. This Jax, okay, his arms are so big. Look at his biceps. His robo biceps in this picture. What the hell? Does it make him stronger? They're not real muscles. Um, this is a good solid attempt at Jax. It's a little. Jax was always very colorful in a lot of the games, and this does not have a lot of color in it. I think just wearing the black pants is a little bit of a bummer for me, but I think it's a solid shot at Jax. Like, okay, this is what Jax looks like. Weirdly, his alternate is kind of like just a color inversion of his default. His default is obviously like the metal arms, metal colored arms, and then his flesh tone in the middle, his whole torso. But the alternate just sort of switches that out and flips it for flesh tone, bare arms. This is pre-robot arm Jax and metal harness torso. And I just find it kind of less interesting. The not a whole lot that's super eye-catching, and the one thing that's interesting about Jax, which is the metal arms, like that's the pull of the character, is gone. I mean, I guess I mentioned this before with like the Kenshi alternate where it's like before he was blind. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it that it's an alternate point in the character's life, but also like that is before they're interesting. This Johnny Cage design is S tier, and I'll tell you why. It's the big stupid chest tattoo. I look at this Johnny Cage, it's like this is almost point for point his design from like some point in the 3D era, I want to say. Like almost just down to the little weird blue stripes on the side of his pants. The one substantial thing they added was this big stupid chest piece. And the reason that's so awesome is so this game came out in 2011. When this character was, initially designed in 92, designed, quote unquote, back in like the 90s and even like the early 2000s, I guess, when a lot of the 3D era games came out, having done like a huge giant tattoo wasn't super in style. It was not a super common thing unless you were like, I don't know, like unless you drank a lot of alcohol, I guess. When I look at this design and that stupid tattoo, I think that if Johnny Cage was designed, if Johnny Cage was first designed in the modern day, in like 2011, let's just say, when this game came out, he would have had this initially. It fits so well into his character that Johnny Cage, the big egotistical movie star, would get a giant gaudy chest tattoo of his own name just like right in front. It is absolutely something he would do, and it is so in character for him. Like, it's genius and it's so simple. I love it. Also, I don't think it's quite as memorable, but I really like his alternate also as well. The color scheme is really nice. It feels a little Vice City kind of thing. It might be from like a movie set costume that he's got, but I really like the way that it's got the bow tie undone. He looks like a movie star he looks like some kind of like big shot, or even kind of a seedy guy with like a lot of money, or maybe who pretends to have a lot of money, in Vegas. And you're like, what's that guy's deal? In this concept art, he's got a very different vibe. He's a lot more kind of stoic and quiet. I think he actually looks cool. This is a decent design. This Cabal is, I want to say it's good. Oh, is it A or B? I'm gonna give it a B. And it's because of the pigtails. It's happening again. This does have a bit of a weird detail. I'm not sure if this was always supposed to be part of Cabal or if this was a new thing for this continuity, but Cabal's his flesh has been pizzaed, you know? He looks like a pizza. And it's like a little bit of body horror that's kind of neat, a little off-putting and gross. But I don't know. It's a lot of cool things about Cabal, but I don't know, man. It's so hard for me to ignore the ponytail, and otherwise, it's just kind of a general. Oh, this is what Cabal looks like. Same sort of goes for his default. It doesn't really do that much different with the character. He's again just he's a little more like techy, I suppose. A little more like tactical ops, whatever. But yeah, it's fine. This Kano as well is nothing that insane. It's just kind of MK3 Kano. Can you hear? I'm gonna have to someone's buzz sawing outside. Dude, it's like 8 p.m. Are we still sawing wood? Um, this Kano is not the craziest, most interesting version of the character. It's again just it's good. Color scheme is good. Solid Kano. Same has to be said about his alternate. I can't quite say that Kano in any of these games is like he doesn't appeal specifically to me, I guess would be the simplest way to put it, and they have not found a way to make him appeal to me. You know who does appeal to me? This Kenshi. I just kind of ripped on Kano for not being that different when this is literally the exact same design, point for point, from the 3D era. But damn, is it a good design, and it's good to see Kenshi like this. Everything that was good about Kenshi initially is still cool. You know what is not as cool? His alternate, which forgive me, I don't know if this was actually in like the console version of the game or this screenshot comes from the like Vita, the PS Vita port. So it might not be like 100. It might have just been like exclusive to that, but hey, it's the design that they came up with for him. And it is like so close to being good, but they took his blindfold off. The blindfold is like one of the most important parts that like completes the look. Other than that, this is actually a really cool design, but just the lack of the blindfold kind of kills it for me. It doesn't even looks like he's supposed to be blind in this version. He's just not wearing it for some reason, and that brings it down to a C. Katana in this game, again, is just kind of like hot. She has a little bit of a hairband, which is sort of reminiscent of like the princess thing she's supposed to be got going on, but it's I do like this design. I think it is like a crazy over the top sexy design that's like, well, at least they committed, like I said in the female ninja video. And I think I actually like, I'll put these in the same tier. I like her alternate as well. It kind of just reminds me of her base costume, but it has a couple more interesting points. For me, the sleeves, the sort of like top she's wearing is a little more interesting. Yeah, I like it. Do I like it as much as, yeah, I guess I like it as much as Johnny's alt, let's say. Solid Kung Lao. It's Kung Lao again, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing that crazy or unique. I will put it in A just because I like Kung Lao as a character design. But yeah, I mean it's if they did something really neat, really cool with him in this game, maybe that would bump it up, but you know, we've had a lot of Kung Lao designs, and his alternate, they made him look like a zombie. He's not. He's just like pale or something, and it's just classic Kung Lao, which I guess I also have to put in A just for being a memorable design. Yeah, I sort of wish they did a little more with him, at least in an alternate, but hey, you know, it's fine. Nah, I'm gonna put him down in B. He's just solid. He's just at this point it's just solid, but overall as like an idea, I like Kung Lao a lot, I'll say. This Liu Kang is likewise solid, just fine. Martial arts guy. He's got the logo on his little sash thing. It's just okay. His alternate is boring. Like what? I wish his alternate had been some sort of like design that he had in say like MK4, where he was a little more. I think I described that as like exercise wear. This one, it's just they just threw more clothes on him, and it doesn't really add anything or change his vibe. I guess what is he? Is this supposed to be monk robes or something like that? Maybe it's just again also weirdly in this render he looks pale. He looks like a corpse. I just don't really get a lot out of it, and I don't really understand why they felt the need to what was really added to the character by the alt. I think this is a really good Melina design. I've already talked about it. Um, I love the. I'll just in brief. I love the mouth motifs that are on it. I think that it fits her character a lot to have just like cut as much open out of it as possible. She looks the most femme fatale in this, almost as much as she's ever looked. I will give an S tier to her alt design because it is just the deception look, which is my favorite for her, and it's a classic for a reason. They even kept like the veil with the it's just really good, awesome design brought back. I've already talked about it basically. What's more interesting, I would think, is actually her alternate. She's like the only character to get 2 alt costumes or something like that. The Flesh Pit Melina, I believe this is called. It's a bonus for completing the arcade mode or something like that. And this one is actually pretty good. Now, is it because she has like a bunch of boobage out? Sort of, yeah, but also, like I've talked about with other Melina designs, that is like that's not just me like, it's also, this is like the point of the character. Like, I get that this is just like a design that is sort of meant to be like a like boner fodder, but I do think it's kind of interesting when you look at it with Melina's character that this is Melina in like the most raw form. She doesn't have the mask on, but she's also wearing hardly anything. Um, like if she was, I actually think that this is better than her being completely naked because it almost looks more tattered, like she's just crawled out of something, and she has these bandage wraps just thrown around her in this haphazard way. It almost makes her, the contrast makes her stand out more for just being like so ragged and unkempt. This is Melina. It's the 2 sides of Melina amplified to the max. It's the part she wants you to see the least, her face, and the part she wants you to see the most, which is her body. It's just the most extreme ends of the character. And this is like her boss version, which is actually kind of cool, right? Like again, it's just supposed to be. I doubt there was very much deep thinking done into this costume, but I mean, you never know. But you look at this and you're like, okay, yeah, whatever. But there is like some genuine. It's using, Melina is a pretty decent character for using her sexuality and her sensuousness as a somewhat meaningful, like a substantial bit of character development. Like there's meaning to her being naked, right? Like that's decent. And I know I've opined a lot on this stupid design, but it's like, no, I genuinely like it. Nightwolf. This is a good Nightwolf. For some reason I like him. I just really like looking at this design, and it's very basic. It's very low key. The colors are not doing anything crazy, but I think it's pretty effective for what it's trying to go for. Nightwolf is a character who has a gimmick, which I find that certain other characters in this series sort of lack. They don't have like, oh, the thing you remember them by to sum them up in one or two words. Nightwolf's thing is unfortunately that he's the Native American guy, which is like, you know, you could talk about tokenization or whatever, but it's at least memorable, and I think that this is a pretty cool looking dude. He looks cool. He looks tough. The earthy kind of like brown dark colors, very like understated design, but it's neat. I don't know how much I like his alternate, and it comes down 100% to the weird. He looks like a glazed donut. Like, what is going on? I'm gonna throw this in B at least, because it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's just, it looks like he's got icing on him. He looks like a cake, dude. What is happening? And it has these weird, I think it's supposed to be like a claw mark. It looks like the Monster Energy logo on his chest with the negative space on the body paint. It's just kind of weird. The wolf hat is a decent idea, as well as the little apron covering thing over his crotch from his waist. But just, I don't know. It's so weird. It should have been black or something like that. I don't know why they went with white as the color for his body paint. I really love this Noob Saibot design. He's obviously still like the classic ninja look, but they've made him like the Grim Reaper. I touched on this before, but in that video, so I'll just, you know, go over it briefly. But yeah, the hood, the skull looking mask, almost like something that Scorpion wears, is an awesome design choice. I think it's my favorite look for him, besides 11. Right before the 11 design, I think that this is like an awesome looking Noob Saibot. Unfortunately, his base design, or sorry, his alt costume is just a less interesting version of that, which is a bit of a shame. It's just like, it kind of takes off the hood and some of the other details that I find make the costume cool. It's just kind of like the base design, but with less stuff in it, and I think that's a bit of a shame. All right, Quan Chi. Not my favorite. So again, similar problems I had with. He's got this design in one of the 3D games, you know, and and it just comes down to the freaking spikes. I can't look at him without thinking about how he's gonna cut himself open. And also, unfortunately, I'm not a huge fan of the alternate where he's in like this weird red robe. He's still got the weird spikes on his shoulder. I don't find it to be that interesting of a take on the character. It almost looks like a casual outfit, but I don't know. I guess blue is really just his color. The sort of dark burgundy red is, I don't know, it's a little flat. It's a little, it's not very interesting. Yeah, he looks like he's working, he's like the villain, but he's got like a part-time job on the side, you know? Like he doesn't have that big villainous presence in his outfit. This Raiden design is fine. It's a very basic, simple Raiden. It's exactly what you think of when you think of him. It's good, you know. It's a B. It's a solid look, but it's nothing that is super inspiring. As opposed to Dark Raiden, which is a surprising S tier. I think this is one of Raiden's best looking designs in the whole series. He is so damn cool in this. It's like the original Dark Raiden design, but just like, oh, executed so well. I love the tattered cloak, all of these little, I don't know, it's just ever so slightly spikier. There's so many more like sharp looking details. It looks, the angles are a lot harder. He's wearing armor now. He looks a lot more warmongering than default Raiden, you know, good Raiden. Just, he's so freaking cool in this one. He's so awesome looking. This Rain design is my favorite. It's my favorite Rain design. It's the perfect balance between his princeliness, his ninja-ness in a way that I just find super, really cool. I find it a much more compelling aspect of his character than him just being the prince, I suppose. Reptile, also, I really like this. This is probably one of my, one of my ideas for like a really, what I think of when I think of a solid reptile design. He's a lizard man. I like lizard man. That is what he does. The alternate I discovered I also really like. I enjoy the more, I think I actually like it more. I'm going to put this down in B. I'm going to put default down in B. I'm going to put the alternate in A just for the fact that it emphasizes, he looks a little more, I like the wraps he's got around his arms and his legs. He has a lot more reptile, lizard, snake motifs with this open jaw thing for the flap that he's got around his waist, the snakes curled around the torso top coverings. Really cool looking design. In game, it's a little darker and muddier than the concept art, but I really enjoy this look overall. MK9 Scorpion, also a great look for the character in my opinion. Another great balance between the spiky hell golden look and the ninja. I think he looks awesome in this game. And his alternate is really pushing it. It's a little more heavily armored than the default one, but I think it's still, I think I do like it about as much. It doesn't go as over the top with the armor as the Deception design does, where he just ends up looking bulky and un-ninja-like. This is just kind of making the individual pieces of his armor a little thicker and heavier and more metallic, which I don't know if I love a ton. I'll knock it down to B. It's okay. It's inoffensive, but in my opinion, I like the default a lot more. Again, Sector, just a great design. I'm gonna put him. Where'd I put Cyrax? Well, I like red more than yellows. And then up there, I'm gonna also put his human design, which I didn't talk about beforehand. But the human design, I think I might even prefer it to the human Cyrax design just a little bit. Just a little bit, not enough to bump it up a whole tier. But I think the sash with the buckle on it is a really nice touch that kind of helps break up the design. A lot like some of the other like Sub-Zero designs. I think it's just like a solid thing that they keep doing. Just, I don't know, the balance of the red and the black in this. He looks, it's not the craziest, most out there design ever, but for being a ninja and also having like a flamethrower on his arm, like a ninja that is slowly adopting technology, this is really, I like this concept a lot. Shang Tsung's primary, it's pretty good. It's all right. He's dastardly and scheming. It's a younger Shang Tsung. He doesn't have, I don't know, it's again, this direction for him isn't as interesting for me. I much prefer his alternate with the old man look. I think that's an A tier. It sells the sorcerer vibe to me a lot more. This looks like a guy, like, I don't see, it's weird. They have very different vibes because young Shang Tsung is someone who's obviously like already accomplished his goal, so he feels kind of established, but older Shang Tsung is a guy who's trying to steal the soul so that he can become young. And so it's in my mind that like he has a more threatening aura. Like he isn't content. He wants to give you the suck. He wants to give you the biggest suck of your life. And he's not going to do anything, or he's not going to let anything stop him. This Shiva design, there's not a whole lot to say about it. I still really like it. I like her like the original, the classic design for her. It's spikier, it's hornier, I suppose, or I think she always had little horns on her head, but they're a lot more apparent in this design. It's just kind of it's taking the original, which doesn't have a lot going on, and giving it a couple little details. There's the sort of almost fire or maybe tiger stripe type flare on her like bikini thing. Her gauntlets are a little more detailed. Yeah, this is, I think, just it's I share the same feelings on it as I do the classic design, and it's nice to see Shiva redone in like a modern look. Her alternate, I guess I like as much. It's not too big of a change. It reminds me a lot of Kintaro's armor, and just like it's very superficial and there for flair. The face paint feels like she feels like a bit more of like she's going to battle. Like this is what she wears as a warrior kind of thing. They've also exchanged the sort of slingshot bikini look for this cross ribbons, whatever is over her chest. It's fine. It's a different direction, sorta, to take it's like I don't know what you do with a design like that, you know. This is a pretty good Sindel. It's again just a very classic series kind of design. She's an evil banshee queen who's been possessed. She has these villain arm sleeves going on. The popped collar, dominant and malevolent looking. Not a whole ton going on. Isn't it weird? Like all the female characters in this game have huge tits and a ton of abs. I think they used like the same character model as a basis for all of them, I'm pretty sure. So they end up looking very like samey in terms of body type, which I guess is just a Mortal Kombat thing in general. But I don't know. For some, it's not a Sindel specific thing. I'm just noticing it now. But yeah, you know, big hair, the big, almost Bride of Frankenstein type streak in it. It's all right. What I like a lot more is her queen, her alternate design. Do I want to put this in S? I think I'm going to put this in S. I think this is my favorite Sindel look ever. This hits... It's just like a way better version of all of her other designs. She obviously has this crown, but it almost has a helmet look to it with the way that it kind of comes down on the side of her head or the back of it. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked at it in 3D. But just looking at the artwork, it's like a mix between a crown and a helmet with kind of which lends it more of a little more Shao Kahn flair. Like there's like again like an evil or antagonistic, aggressive like conqueror vibe to it. This is just, I don't know, this outfit is so cool. It hits like, it's like, okay, you want Sindel to be like a sexy evil queen. This is doing that in a way that I find a lot more interesting just visually with what's going on compared to the default design. The like mesh kind of tights material, fabric, whatever you'd call it, on her arms that kind of separates it from the leather looking sleeves, and then of course like the inner leg thing going down. The pop collar returns, but it's actually way more visible in this design. The one thing I wish is that the hair was bigger, because I like that about Sindel. That's a very classic Sindel thing to me. But I think this is overall my favorite look for her. Just like, I don't know, the whole balance of like all of her colors, the black, the skin tone, purple, silver. So cool. I mean, yeah, just like, it's such a good color scheme for her. Black, purple, silver. Villainous queen character. Really, like, yeah, I was surprised at how much I like this design, and I'm shocked that it doesn't get more play in the series. Scarlet, I have talked about before. She's a just fine character visually in this game. She is a sexy video game vixen, and that's sort of it. I somewhat prefer her alternate, which again I think might just be in the Vita port. It has a little bit, I don't know, I think the head wrapping is kind of interesting. It's still doing a lot of the same things where she has a lot of exposed skin and all that, but in a slightly more interesting way. It almost feels like they took the top part of a ninja costume and just didn't put the bottom on, you know? She's wearing a coat with no undershirt, and I kind of like that sort of a look, like Roa from Melty Blood. So uh, yeah, I think it's neat. Not enough to make me put it into like a tier higher than the default, but it's decent. It's all right. Now, I am an on the record Cyber Smoke enjoyer. I like it a lot more than his default design, but when I look at the default, I think this is a really good design. The theming him around being gray, it's no purple, but you know, the smoke thing, it makes a lot of sense. I think it works especially with his hair. The hair really ties it all together for me, because it's meant to be smoky and wispy and like a cloud. And that's visually a very cool, notable thing, especially in game. The hair physics, they're a little wonky because of the 2011 physics that are going on, but the idea is really good, even if the technology wasn't like super up to snuff. Also, NetherRealm just hates keyframing stuff in their games, so they just kind of let it to the physics engine, like Street Fighter V. He's got just enough armor, right, on his top that he looks dangerous but still sleek. It's not too much. He looks like a really strong dude who can still move around quickly in that armor. Unfortunately, I don't like the alternate design because it goes way too hard into the armored look. And to me, that, I mean, you cover up the hair, it's just a much more generic. He looks like a side character. He looks like a minor enemy from a beat 'em up, who has a little bit more health because he's wearing more armor. Just a lot more generic, taking out the interesting parts of his design in favor of, I don't know, giving him the ninja cap and the mask. Even though his mask is still, I don't know, he's still got a cool mask. He's got a cooler mask in the default design, I think. Sonya is unfortunately, whoops, I had to rearrange this because tier list maker ordered them really weirdly when I put these images in. Sonya is unfortunately, I think this is my least favorite Sonya design. It's going too hard in the pinup direction for me, and I find it kind of weird. When I talk about it feels like at a certain point, you know, I don't throw this card around too much, but some of the Mortal Kombat women, especially in this game, lean a little into the being over sexualized, in my opinion, to the detriment of their character. Visually, just talking visuals. This, like, Sonya to me is like, oh, first and foremost, she is like a military woman, and secondly, the secondary objective of her character is to be sexy. This feels like the sexiness was prioritized over the actual like thing with her character, like the theme of her character. So she just kind of looks less like a military woman who's hot and more like it's military night at the strip club. And that unfortunately is just a little too lame to me. It's too much. Again, if she just put like a little jacket over it or something like that, like her Deadly Alliance design, I think it would be a lot more solid. But this is it's too much, and unfortunately the same thing kind of goes for the alternate, which just sort of feels like they're doing the exact same thing but slightly different. Um yeah, it's military night at the strip club. Oh, she's wearing a little, I don't know what the bullet thing is called. I'm a I'm a prissy Californian, I guess. Uh, yeah, the tank again, just a little more. If she was just wearing a little more, I think it would serve her character better, and she would look hotter. I think on genuinely, I think she would. This is just like, it's too much. It's too blatant. You know, I feel a little pandered to by designs like this. Uh, in a way that kind of makes me roll my eyes. Stryker finally gets a decent costume. Hallelujah. He finally looks like a cop. He has weird like metal knee pads, but that's just character design stuff. You want to break up the colors with a little bit of detail of something different. That's fine. You know, this is taking some of the ideas like the things on his shoulder, The shirt. This feels like just a much better execution of the classic MK3 design. He's wearing like a little SWAT hat. Okay, he's a cop. I get it now. He finally feels like what he's supposed to be. Cool. It's not like the most interesting design in the world, but I think in context, Stryker becomes interesting when you look at all these crazy characters, even the ones from Earthrealm, like Johnny Cage, and then you see Stryker and you're like, oh, that's like a pretty grounded looking character. That seems like a normal dude, which is exactly what he is. There, we've conveyed his character visually in a with the way that he looks, and also his alternate design is, oh man, do I like it more than the default? I don't know. I'll put it down in B. Just to be safe. This is like what his alternate in Armageddon should have looked like. Remember in Armageddon when he had that silly, it was like this outfit, but he had that dumb like ninja face mask head like balaclava covering, and it just looked like, what? Like, what is going on? And it was like trying so hard to look cool, it ended up looking lame. This looks cooler. This looks a lot cooler than than that. This is actually pulling off. Okay, is it super different from his default? Not really, but it's like, okay, this is the more heavily armored, serious business. The SWAT's getting sent in, Stryker, which is fine. It's like a bigger, tougher look for him. Yeah, I mean, I said that I really liked the MK9 designs. And when you look at this, I think the fact that, I mean, the vast majority of the designs for being a game with a lot of classic looks are really solid. There's a lot of designs that I think are really good, almost as much as the ones that are solid. And then on top of that, there's quite a few that I think are legitimately great, like awesome looking designs for these characters, and some of the best they've ever looked. This is my favorite Johnny design. This is just a throwback to my favorite Belina design. This is the best Dark Raiden, maybe my favorite Raiden, honestly. Maybe my favorite. My favorite Rain, my favorite Sindel. Just super standout. And when you look it down, I don't think there's any truly awful designs in this game. Just ones that are like, these first couple are just sort of boring, and then Sonya is just, I don't know, I think they kind of fumbled with the execution on her. Yeah, overall, some of the best art design in my opinion in the whole series. Character design, I mean, in the whole series. All right, MKX. Hater alert. Hater alert. Expect me to be a lot more negative. I've spoken many times about how I am generally not a fan of MKX's character designs or its art style in general. I think that it's way too dark. It's just covered in shadow and mud and like rain and particle effects, and I can't, and that's kind of frustrating for me because NRS has some of the highest quality character models in the business, like some of the best, just based on like pure level of detail, some of the best looking ones in the business, and it's like, let me see them. Let me see the characters. I'm not going to do alt costumes unless there's only a couple in this game that I really like, so there's only a few exceptions, which I have saved. But for the most part, there's characters have like a lot of alt costumes in this, and it's a lot of them I don't have a ton to say about. So for the most part, also not really going to be ranking any variation differences. I think there's like overlap between them, but between alt costumes and variations, I'm just going to be ranking. These are just going to be, for the most part, with few exceptions, the default designs. And the first up is Bo Rai Cho. Sorry, I hate Bo Rai Cho. On top of just not liking this character, and he's boring. He just looks boring in this game. They have never, I don't know why they give him the flask and stuff, but he's just wearing, what is gray, whitish, brown clothes. It's like, what? You know, you can have a character like Chin from, KOF, who's a drunk monk who doesn't dress in a particularly extravagant, out there way and still have him look interesting, give him some kind of interesting features. I get that sort of maybe the joke of Bo' Rai Cho is that he's like, oh, he's a big fat oaf, but he's actually really powerful. And it kind of falls flat for me, number one, because the joke of him farting and burping is not appealing to me. And number two, he's so boring. He's so boring looking. Next is Cassie Cage. So the first of the Combat Kids, who we will be ranking today, the next generation of MK characters, right before we wipe the goddamn timeline and just fuck all that stuff, I guess. Cassie, okay. I feel weird. It was going to be awkward either way, because the problem with, we're just going to talk about it now. MKX has too many characters that are way too samey. There are like 6 characters on the roster who have like the exact same theme and the exact same almost like color scheme. There's like 6 special forces characters and they all dress in black, leather, dark colors, dark gray, a little bit of like metal silver and brown, and just these like, on 1 or 2 characters I think it works, but they're just way too similar. And Cassie's design could work on its own, but I think this is going to be a negative against all of the Special Forces characters. It's not Cassie in particular. They just kind of blur together way too much. Cassie feels, unfortunately, very redundant in a game that already has Sonya, who we're going to talk about in a second. What I like much more is her alternate, where she's in the suit. She reminds me of King. I know this is supposed to be like a James Bond type outfit, like, oh, special forces, but she's like a undercover or something like that, or maybe James Bond because her dad, movie star. Maybe that's the connection. But I don't know. It reminds me of King from KOF. I love King. This is Cassie with like the butch install, but like I think she looks really neat. The suit look. I'm just a big fan of like characters in suits and stuff like that, and I think this is a cool look for her. Especially as like, oh, well, that's a good alternate costume. That's a fun alternate take on the character. I sort of wish the Special Forces characters had all been given a visual niche as opposed to like a gameplay niche, from what I can tell. Next up is Devora, who I think is great. I think she's one of the best like modern characters in the series. Just visually, I love her theme. I think bug people are cool. I like the fact that even her skin looks a little weird because it's really meant to be an exoskeleton. The hood and I guess she's sort of wearing a top. I can't tell. You can't really tell what part of her is organic. I mean, even her cape thing almost looks like wings with like the spikes on the back, and just like a really cool, creepy bug character. She's a living swarm. One of the most interesting looks. Like if I just say, "Hey, bug lady," she's a cool bug lady. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of something is already conjured up in my mind, and I think she's a really good execution of that. This is the worst Ermac design. It's the worst one. Don't show me his whole face. Only show me his eyes if you're going to show anything. He's got the hood on. You should have just kept it at his eyes, so it's his little eyes peeking out from the shadows. Other than that, I mean, it's an otherwise pretty good design for Ermac. I just wish they covered up his damn mouth. It really tanks it for me. Like, he loses all the cool factor that he could have gotten from the rest of the look, from the rest of the outfit. Aaron Black, another really good modern addition. I'm kind of surprised that they took this long to add a character like this, like a cowboy character. I guess this has like there's like a time travel element, or is that what he's doing? I don't know what his deal is. Time travel's MK11, right? I don't care. Don't explain it to me in the comments. I don't care. Yeah, he's like a cowboy from hell. He's blasting Pantera, and he's got these, I love the bullets around the hat. It's very like Safari Hunter, what's that movie? Yeah, Wake in Fright. Very heavy reference for a video like this, but yeah, that's what that reminds me of. This like demented, devilish cowboy character. I think he's really good execution of that. The mask is really neat. It's almost like a Hannibal Lecter looking mask on the bottom without the. No wait, Hannibal Lecter doesn't have a top part. Yeah, no, it's like a Hannibal Lecter type mask. He looks psychopathic. Farah and Tor. Do I like them enough to put them in A? I think they're really neat. I think they're actually a very memorable character. A lot of really good character, like original characters in this game, I have to say. And really good first takes on them. I think what works about these characters a lot is they all feel like they were designed very explicitly for, like, to fit within this art style. Farah, I think I think Farah is the girl and Tor is the giant. Tor is, his face is all covered up. He's like a freak or something. He's like a monster. So all this being obscured in shadow, just seeing like they have a very strong silhouette. Really cool concept for a character. Great design, like very unique. There was a couple. I mean, I guess there was like Noob Smoke back in Deception, but this is the first time since then that they've tried like a duo character. They get pretty close to one of my favorite character dynamic tropes, which is big angry fight man and tiny girl on his shoulder, like Kenpachi and Yachiru from Bleach, for instance. Yeah, the contrast is fun. The concept of the characters is fun. Little girl and riding on the back of a giant. Very cool. Goro. This was the first time Goro had been playable, I think, in a really long time. I think technically the last time was probably actually Armageddon, but which wasn't that many games before this one. But man, that's like 10 years or something like that. It felt very long time since Goro had been playable, so it was cool for him to be back in the spotlight. And I think this is a good Goro. I think this is a solid Goro. It's not doing anything crazy with the look. I almost wish he was bigger. Maybe if I don't know. I wish his musculature was a little more exaggerated. MKX is the point where they start to lean really heavily into the realism for their art style, and so maybe that wasn't like as big of a priority for them, or it didn't really fit as well. But I think he still accomplishes the idea of being a big hulking character who obliterates things with raw power and strength. Jackie, boring. Again, if there was one character or only if there was half as many Special Forces characters or Special Forces aesthetic characters, she would work a lot better. This Jax outfit also is just, I don't know, man. Again, he would probably be, I'll put him up to a B, just because the robo arms are visually a distinguishing thing for him, as opposed to Cassie and Jackie, who are just like in tactical gear. Yeah, again, just not as boring. Johnny is, I don't know, because I love the tattoo so much, but he's like covered it up. You can still see it. I think it's a B. I think it's a B. Because this is Johnny when he's a father, he's older, he's wiser. Maybe he regrets the tattoo a little bit, so he's like covering it up a little more. Is it what I love about Johnny Cage, or what I like about Johnny Cage? Not quite as much, but it is like an evolution for the character that's not terrible, and it's really easy to mess up aging up a character. This is this is a pretty decent job at it. I mildly prefer the MK11 version, but yeah, it's very, very close, very particular just on that. Kano, MKX Kano, I don't know, man, he's Kano. It's boring. He looks like Kano. There's like nothing to say. Kenshi, I think this is a good Kenshi design. Actually, I'm gonna put it up in A. He it's reminiscent of his classic design. It's funny enough, a little less cyber. I don't know. He's got like he'd always had like a little bit of metal armoring going on beforehand. He looked a little superhero-ish, but this one actually tones that down a little more and makes him look a little more. How would I describe it? Samurai like. He looks a little more warrior like in a more traditional sense. With his it comes across as much more of a leather jacket with some decent patterning and colors still the same colors. I think it's good. And a special mention goes to his one of his alt costumes, which puts him in this really cool actual samurai outfit, which I think looks great. I love the little thing across his chest, the bell looking thing. The as a nice little, because it's like the only one of the only gold pieces on the outfit, so it really like, oh, it's this big contrast thing in the middle. I love the Oni mask, but the eyes are covered up. That's a really cool idea for his character. And the rest of like the armor, it's not too much. It doesn't look too bulky on him. He's got scratches all over it. He looks like a warrior. This is a cool Kenshi alternate fantasy, if that makes sense. Kitana in this game is boring, just kind of like I don't know, just brown leather. And I guess he's got like some, I have to like really look at the design to make out any kind of color from it because it's so dark. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of her besides like kind of, she's always had like fan belly dancer vibes. Not very princessy feeling, sort of assassin-ish, I guess. She looks a little bit sleek, what with the, I don't know, just like the lightness, the flowiness of her outfit, but other than that, just not my favorite at all for her. Kotal Khan is great. I'm really surprised. All the new characters in this game, well, a lot of the new characters are really good besides the combat kids. Kotal Khan is such a good, he's such a, again, much like Devora, you just described Kotal and what's his thing? What's his deal? Aztec warrior king, basically. And the outfit just nails that with like the almost bird design. This big headdress, this like bone skull things on his belt. He looks, it's actually quite simple, but he looks intimidating and big and powerful. Kotal Khan, unfortunately he gets kind of sidelined a lot and gets kind of relegated to being a bit of a jobber, as they say. But it's a shame precisely because his design is so cool looking and it's extremely memorable. Kung Jin, a character I frequently forget exists. He's one of the only combat kids who is not like just a tactical person, but he's still not that interesting. The bow kind of brings him up. I don't think he's bad. The bow is a little more interesting because there hasn't been a bow character yet in the series. I'll be very generous and give him a B. There's just not much to say. He's just a guy wearing stuff. I'll put him down in C. He's too generic. He's so generic looking, at least in his base design. He looks like a minor fucking enemy that you'd kill in like a second and not think about. Kung Lao. This is a decent Kung Lao. His, it's dark and muddy, but I think that the older take on him is interesting. He retains his hat as kind of an interesting shape. I like the sort of diamond blade pattern on it. Not bad at all. Other than that, it's kind of just it's a somewhat different take. It's an aging forward of an existing good character design. So for that, I have to give it props, I suppose. This Liu Kang design is, oh man, it's kind of boring. I'm gonna be real, like I don't care that much for it. It just doesn't have that. It's Liu Kang. Oh, what do we put him in? Martial artist, like gi kind of top with black and red, like his colors, and just, I don't know, so little pop for me. He looks extremely default. He looks really template, and I get that he's supposed to be that, but One of the worst Melina designs. Just like nothing that's interesting about her character at all is apparent. She looks, like I said in the previous video, she doesn't look sexy. She looks underdressed. I much prefer the gothic alternate outfit. I think this is way cooler looking because it's at least something. I think the veil is a really nice look for Melina as opposed to the face mask. Yeah, again, it's not like the most it doesn't it's not like I think the most successful ones are the ones that blend her sexiness with the or her showing a lot of skin with her character. Or her ferocity. This one's kind of just a cool looking design. I guess I'm just a sucker for this kind of vampire looking aesthetic. Um, it's leagues more interesting than her default. Quan Chi is decent. He's fine. Most of the outfit is kind of boring for me. I think it's made by the big shoulder spikes, which I have, you know, I've complained about in the past, but these are like fixed, you know? These are fixed into like his neck brace thing that he's wearing. And I think that was always one of the better looks for him. I think it made him look a lot more villainous and threatening. I think symmetry just ends up making characters look symmetry with these big pointy bits like Shao Kahn. Shinnok also is another example. It makes them look big and dark and encompassing, which is good for a villainous character. That's kind of the only thing that bumps it up to B for me. Other than that, it's just kind of, I don't know, he's wearing stuff. He's got these leather straps, I guess, that connect his top half to the bottom half. It's strange. This Raiden is also a fine Raiden. Do I want to put it in C or B? I don't know. It's C. It's nowhere. It's not at all one of the most interesting looks for him. It's a very basic Raiden. I'm surprised that after he's had some really cool designs in the past, this was the default one. Eh. I really enjoy this reptile look. I think it's one of his best looks. It's like I said previously, it's his MK9 look, but with the bestial aspect turned up. And honestly, I am a super big fan. I'm just gonna throw it in now because screw it. I'm not a huge, I'm kind of neutral on a lot of the costumes in this game, so I'm just gonna throw this one in S. His Fishman alternate costume, his Creature from the Black Lagoon look. This is great. I love it. Nothing else to that. Man, I want a new Darkstalkers game. If we have Rikuo at home, But no, I really do think this is a cool Fishman design. You don't see enough of those. I want more more horror inspired characters in fighting games. Oh, also while I'm at it, just like I didn't rank the DC characters from MK versus DC, I'm not ranking the guest characters for this game because what would I say? Oh yeah, Jason Voorhees, memorable. I'm just, it's not a Mortal Kombat character, really. It's a guest character. Yeah, of course it's a good design. It's Jason Voorhees. It doesn't make sense to compare, Kano to the Xenomorph and be like, which one's better? Oh hey, and speaking of sort of underwhelming designs like Kano's, this is one of the worst Scorpions. He is just boring looking. He doesn't have anything that I find cool about Scorpion. None of the hell aesthetics, none of the gold, none of that stuff. He's just he's the yellow ninja. Shinnok in this game, okay, in this render, is it just me or does he look like he has breasts? Did Shinnok start hormones? What is... Hey, congrats. Everyone clap for Shinnok. It was a big step. This is a pretty okay design for Shinnok. He looks like an evil elder god sorcerer, and it's a decent crack at that design. It's for a character who'd been missing for a long time, surprisingly long time for being one of the main antagonists of a game way back when. One of the more interesting designs as well for a main antagonist compared to someone like Blaze. This is yeah, he's just fine. Sonya. Redundant in a game that already has Cassie. Like, should they have just had Cassie instead of Sonya in this game? I feel like that would have made more sense. Like, just have, and this game has the variation system, so you could have just had a variation that, oh, she plays like, MK9 Sonya, and then have a variation that plays a little more like Johnny, and then something unique, something like that. But just Sonya, military woman, she's a military woman. Wow, it's what I've been asking for, but she's in a game with like 100 military peoples in it, and she's just not interesting. Again, a very boring Sub-Zero design. Am I gonna put it in D? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't like it now that I look at it a lot more. It's just, he's the blue ninja. There's nothing that really grabs me about that Sub-Zero look. Takeda is, yeah, that's his name. I almost forgot it. Takeda is carried 100% in this game by the fact that his weapons are really cool. In fact, using one of his renders where he doesn't have either his like cool chain whips or his like laser swords feels a little bit like cheating. But when I really look at the character design, God, he is bland. God, I get absolutely nothing out of this. He's wearing, just like all the other tactical special forces characters, he's wearing something like that, except also he has a headband, so he's more martial artist, I guess. But it really gives me no feeling. I wish they could have done some sort of, had the cool weapons and a cool look for the character himself, but as it stands, I'm pretty sure the only reason people like Takeda is because of his weapons and his fighting style. Oh god, my voice is going. Tanya, represented here by her boobs. This is an okay Tanya. It's taking off of the, yeah, it's solid. It's taking off of the Deception look for her, which was the last time she kind of really got redesigned from what I can remember. It's fine. It's decent. Tanya, again, never a character who is particularly interesting, but none of the less inoffensive. Tremor's cool. I think that this is, taking an older, more really obscure character like Tremor and being like, oh, what's another ninja that we can get? For being another recent ninja edition, he looks cool. I love his default design a lot. The eyes are really intimidating. He looks like a monster from deep within the earth. The rock effects and crackling on his chest and his arms is very, it's kind of disturbing and body horror like, just to retread what I said about him before. But yeah, no, I like Tremor. He's a very cool character. A successful modernization of a guy who was previously just, what if we took the MK3 Ninja and made it brown? Triborg is unfortunately like everything that I despise about the MKX art style. He's dark. He's over. Okay, so I should say specifically, Triborg, how much I like him depends on which specific variation he's in. I think the absolute worst ones would be, the worst looking ones would be Smoke, Cyber Sub, and then Cyrax is fine. And Sector is probably the best looking one because he's like visible at all. Like he has any kind of pop at all. But Triborg as a whole just exemplifies the cluttered look of a lot of these designs for me. The just kind of uninteresting gray color palettes. Like Cyber Sub is so difficult to tell from Smoke on so many stages that it's like, man, and it's unfortunate because I like a lot of the cyber ninjas. I just wish that they looked less like indistinguishable in this game. I almost feel like I haven't really talked about it too much, but I do think a big problem with this game as a whole is how a lot of the default designs The ones that I like less, or the least, have just like a lot of detail in them, that I don't think helps the characters a lot. I think Katana is a big example of that. She's just got stuff and patterns. What's another one? Kung Jin. He's got patterns, and that's, I guess, supposed to make him look more interesting. But none of the characters have any. Well, a lot of the characters don't have like a thing that really draws me to them. I say the most. This is surprisingly a more positive list than I anticipated it being. Then again, I think that an overarching theme is that the best characters are the ones that were new or were basically like Tremor and reworked in this game. Um, Devora, Aaron Black, Ferrator, Kodal, and Tremor, some of the most successful designs for this game, and I think it's because they were excuse me, they were designed, it feels like, to work a lot better within the dark color palette and the more moodier shading of the game overall. A lot of these characters benefit from having some parts of them in shadow. Devora, Devora, Aaron Black, Ferrator, like a bunch of Tremor, like characters with hoods, where them being slightly obscured is kind of part of them. It also just pretty good executions of new concepts. Bug Lady, Cowboy Man, duo character with a little girl and a giant, Aztec Warrior, Rock Ninja. These are like simple, strong character designs that, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of Kano or Kung Jin or Liu Kang or really this Raiden design compared to any of the other Raiden designs. The B tier is kind of for characters who I think are just decent. Not the most interesting in this game, but inoffensive enough that I like this should have been the baseline. This should be a baseline for a character, like the quality of a character design, but unfortunately I think it goes much lower. And there's a lot of overlap. Like, I mean, in the worst designs, well, I just hate Bo Raicho. Just like weird, almost like defeat, like Ermac and Melina, and even some of the ninjas. Like, feels like defeating the purpose of the character in the first place, and it's just kind of disappointing. Yeah, I'm glad that they seem to have moved away from this look. This is kind of the darkest that it gets. We got some good ones out of it. We really did, but unfortunately there's a lot of slop. MK11, we are out of the shadows for the most part. A game I think stepped up a lot of the character designs. I do think this was a decent improvement on the previous game. And we're gonna start out with Baraka again. He's B. He ends up first in a lot of these lists, and this is a pretty good Baraka. It's a very classic design again. I sort of wish they would stick to the armored look for him, but I think what really makes this design for me is that this, and then later on in 12 also, or sorry, M1K, they lean into a bit of more of like the body horror aspect of his character, where these are like bone blades. So he's got these bone spikes sticking out of his shoulders. That's pretty cool. Like it's a pretty metal look for him. And I think if you're going to take the armor off, making him more of like a horrifying monster is a cool direction to take him in. They finally decided to put the combat kids in different looking outfits. There is a little bit of overlap, but at least they're brighter and use some different colors. This render of Cassie makes the drone very visible, but it's where would I put this? I don't know, B. It's fine. It's not the craziest, most interesting one. Again, a little bit of overlap because Jackie's also in this game, but I don't think it's too bad. You don't have like 5 characters who have the same theme and color palette going on. So it's a B tier for now. It's a solid look for her. Probably what I think of when I think of the character. Cetrion is weird because she doesn't feel like a Mortal Kombat character, like she, I get what she is. I think she's a pretty good execution of what she is. I'm gonna put her in B, just because I don't know if she fits super well within the kind of what I like about MK is the campy sort of horror also adjacent aspect of it. And Cetrion feels like a character from a, I don't know, she feels like a character from a Chinese MMO. You know what I mean? She's earth, rock, nature, spirit, or aspect, something like that. Not a theme that I find super interesting, at least not in the way that she's executed. But I think for the character design itself, it's decent. It's very green. Choosing to make her skin like an ash color was a little strange. I wish kind of her skin was like browner, honestly, like more tan and obviously exposed to sunlight. So just more of like earth related, earthy tones. But yeah, I think she's all right. I think that weird golden ribbon around her is also kind of a nice way to just break up her design a little bit. But yeah, not my favorite. Devora returns, and I think she's also a really good character design. This is just kind of a further fleshing out of her look from X. She now has like all these yeah, they've added these kind of like cool spider like arm pincers around her, or like arm things coming out of her back. The wings I think look really cool in this version. Yeah, she looks like more her hood is like more tattered up. Just a little bit more detail and stuff. I think her face looks really cool in this one. She just very like sunken jaw line and black eyes and stuff like that. A really cool horror character. I hesitate to say that this Erron Black is better than the original design, but I think I prefer it. I wish he still had the bullets around the hat thing. Maybe that's like something in the gear system, but as a default design, I really dig the jacket. He retains a lot of the cowboy stuff, but maybe I wish it was a little bit darker. Maybe that's, I wish it was a little more darker and a little redder like the original one. This one is a little too blue denim. I like the sense that he's a malicious, he's a cowboy from hell kind of feel. And the original look kind of just had these darker, more sinister looking colors on him, whereas this one, the blue is a little too light, and I think it's a little bit too much of a cool color, I should say, and it sort of muddles the vibe of his character a bit much for me. Other than that, I like the rifle. It's just, at least in this render, I like a lot of the little details. I like the slings, the bullet slings he's got around him in the X shape. I don't know, it's a good cowboy design. It's a solid one. I just wish it was a little darker. Frost, I like this one a lot. Yeah, oh my god, we have a really good batting average so far. As a replacement for Sub-Zero, I think I prefer her to, sorry, for Cyber Sub-Zero, I prefer her to that version of the character. Just, I think the color palette's more interesting. I think just, the gender swap is, it's not the craziest, most substantial thing, but it does kind of help her differentiate herself from Sub-Zero in that form. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making sense. But yeah, when I think of Frost, I think this is what I think of. The cyberized version, a much more interesting version of the character for me. Fujin. I like Fujin. I don't know if I like him enough to put him up in A, but I think for me, it's always been like the hair and the ponytail. And for some reason, that's like always tied the character design. Tied the character design together for me. And the white glowing eyes, like an alternate. Yeah, this guy is Raiden's brother. That makes sense. I can see that. And I think this is a solid execution of his classic design. It's not very, it's pretty straightforward actually, but as the more down to earth of the two of them, I think that it works. The fact that he's not in any kind of very flashy, showy outfit kind of communicates. Like, I like Fujin. I think Fujin's cool. Garrus also is a really good new design. I would say he's a little generic until you really look like from a distance he's a little generic. Oh, he's just a guy, but then you like really look at him and you're like, oh, he's like a robot guy. The like seams in his skin that where you realize it's actually like a metal or some sort of synthetic material are very creepy in it makes me uncomfortable in a very body horror sense. But I think that that's neat, and I think that's a good excuse me aspect for the character. As like, you know, on at first glance he might appear to be like a regular person, but he's actually this synthetic, almost like construct being. And then once you see him in action with all the sand stuff and the time powers, he it's like, oh, it totally clicks. I like this little almost chainmail looking thing hanging off of his shoulders. Again, almost looks like a robot part, but different. Not quite like integrated with him, as if to suggest that it's just him. And it's not a separate part of his body or anything like that. The whole, I also like the Chronica color scheme that they give a lot of her followers with the white and the gold and the blue. I think it's a really nice. It contrasts because I feel like there's a lot of characters in Mortal Kombat who have black and red color schemes, and the white gold blue look is a pretty neat contrast to them. This version of Jackie is fine. I will put her with Cassie. It doesn't elicit that much emotion from me. I think it's a lot better than her MKX design. At least it has like a little bit of color to differentiate her. What with the green. I think Jackie should have been. They should have made Jackie a kick-based character, not a punch-based character like her dad. They should have made her kick-based because that just feels like it's a. I don't know. It makes sense to me. The same way that Lee May has moves that are like an inversion of, say, Liu Kang's bicycle kick. She has like the punch rush thing, the multi punches. I feel like Jackie should have been that kind of like, oh, new generation flip of the previous character that they're like sort of succeeding. But yeah, this is a fine design. It's decent. I sort of have the same thing to say about Jade, Revenant Jade. It's Jade. Jade has never had anything super interesting going on besides sort of just sex appeal. The zombie Revenant look doesn't add a whole lot to her. I prefer her human form, but not that much. Honestly, in the grand scheme of this game, it's okay. Jax also just okay. Wow, we have not had like a really bad design yet. Yeah, okay, huh. The metal arms are, what do they look like in MKX? Yeah, he's definitely got totally different looking arms. These are much more classic Jax arms. I think I prefer them. I think it's like as opposed to the very complex, detailed cyber arms that he had before. Just like the very simple Colossus look of just the segmented, shiny metal is really cool, and it immediately gets the idea across of what he is. This feels like a much more elegant version of some of his previous designs, where the ones that are more down to earth, I guess. He's a special forces character, but he overall just, I don't know, it simpler, more streamlined, but gets across what you need. We don't need a bunch of like detail and little bits and pieces and detailing in the character design to communicate what they're about. Pretty successful Jax design. Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage. I don't know how to feel about this one. It's Dad Johnny Cage. So I've got his alt up here. I'm gonna put his alt up in A because it just kind of honestly feels like an alternate of his MK9 design, which it kind of is supposed to be, basically, because it's past him version of him. Dad Johnny Cage in this game is... I don't know. I think I'm gonna put him in C. He just doesn't, he still has the belt buckle, which I guess is kind of fun, you know, like a classic Johnny Cage thing. But he feels a little too military in this look. You can age up the character, and it's a fine way to age him up, but If that means removing the fun, interesting parts of him, I can't say I'm a huge fan. Weirdly, the Joker, I didn't want to rank many of the guest characters, but I'll rank the Joker. This is a so weird. This is to find it's a decent Joker design. I believe the Joker was kind of a last minute addition to the game. It was supposed to be Ash from the Evil Dead or something, and that deal fell through at the last minute. So his design is a little basic. I will say it's a bit more of a of like a high society, almost vaguely ringleader look for the Joker, where he's got there's a lot of different interpretations of him. This one's a little more put together than say in the Arkham games, where he's like kind of a disheveled freak. This one is a little more like like he's gonna put on a show. He's gonna make a show of civility as part of the gag, I guess. Okay, this is weird for someone who kind of dogs on the NRS games a lot. I think this is my favorite Cabal design. I really do. I think it has everything about his design that's cool, and it fixes the minor problems I've had with the previous designs. So, similar things, just, he's got, I think the tubing is cool. He's got the leather kind of jacket going on. The kind of very lightly armored, he's a lightly augmented person. The mask, I think this is my favorite look for his mask, as opposed to the round circle eyes. He's got these little kind of digital slits, which looks, I like the look of that. It feels intimidating. You can see, it looks like he's squinting his eyes, which, for a threatening goon character is really cool. And also, no pigtails. That's the thing that they fixed. They fixed the damn pigtails. They just let his hair flow out the back. And that honestly like makes him look way cooler. I love the silhouette you get of his head now. Just like, and you can still, it's still like kind of wispy and thin, and oh, this is a fast dude with thin wispy hair. Does that make sense? Like Smoke's hair. This is such a, I don't know, I really like this Cabal design. I hope that in the future this becomes the template for Cabals going forward. Maybe I wished he had a bit of like a longer jacket or something, but this is yeah, this one works for me on pretty much all counts. Kano is, yeah, he's down with Johnny Cage. This is such a weirdly stripped back version of Kano. I get a lot of the, the designs in this game are very streamlined, which I appreciate coming from the last game, but man, he just does not have a lot going on. I guess it lets you focus, the simplicity lets you focus on his cyber elements, but I don't know, with so many Kano designs, this one is just like, it really doesn't get a lot out of me. I don't know, man. You could have put this in any game and Kano's never had a great design, I don't think. This is one of the katana designs I like more. I think it's one of her better designs across the whole series. She has like some kind of visual identity beyond sexy girl in this. She is a ninja, and then she's sexy. But, she's a ninja first and foremost, and I appreciate that. She is kind of, I think the little stick in her hair is at least like a bit, okay, she's there's an elegance aspect to her that comes through a little more in this design, and yeah, one of the better katanas. Collector, I really like Collector as a new character. A lot of people sort of, they he's not the most popular. I think he's kind of underused, and people don't really talk about him as much. But I like when I look at Collector, I immediately get what his vibe is. Okay, it's a dude with 4 arms, and he's kind of like a snivelly, shady, slippery little goblin guy. He's a greedy little man, and he goes and pilfers corpses. That's a weird, pilfers corpses. That's like a weird tongue twister. Pilfers corpses. He does that. He's got obviously just a lot of like little details. The hood obscuring his face, but you see these glowing red eyes behind it. Ooh, Oh, because he's looking. He be looking for things to steal. The arms let him reach into, and grab things faster. He's kind of like ratty looking, but he's wearing clothes that have this jewelry on it, which is like, oh, did he steal that? Like that's what it suggests to me. Like I look at Collector and I immediately get an idea of who and what he's supposed to be. And I think it's kind of a shame that he's not as popular with the fan base because I actually really like him. I mean, Cabal has never been, he's always been kind of just a mook, honestly, in the lore, from what I can tell. And he's very popular, so like, Collector people. Kotal Khan, still an A tier design, still a really good look for him. Um, Everything that's good. Yeah, I don't know. I really like I think this game's art style benefits him a lot with him being brighter because it actually lets him show off the gold. He has this white kind of war paint on his body. It takes those aspects of him being this, excuse me, like Aztec war chief god, and it amplifies it, and it just gives it those couple little touches. I really like the jade on his outfit. He looks, yeah, he totally looks the part. You get exactly what his deal is. Um, yeah, I think this is of the two Kotal Khan designs, I like this one more. I think this is an improvement over an already really good design. Revenant Kung Lao is okay. It's Kung Lao from the last game, except he's evil. He's a little spikier. Was he this spiky with like the shoulder things in the last game? I can't tell. I can't remember. He's fine, You say, "Oh, it's Kung Lao, but he's a zombie." Okay. Not as interesting or cool to me as, zombie Liu Kang, but yeah, he's okay. I'm gonna rank default Liu Kang first, and I also find him to be very acceptable. He's I don't know why they've never gone back. Like I think my favorite look for Liu Kang, honestly, is back in MK4 when he's in like exercise wear. I think that's a really cool aesthetic, and it gets across it communicates that he's from Earthrealm and he's from Earth here to fight in the Mortal Kombat tournament. And I don't know why they haven't really gone back to it. Maybe they have in an alt costume or something, but not one that I picked up on when I was getting all the images for this video. Fire God Liu Kang, a lot cooler. I would put it up in A. This is, if it's going to be like the Super Saiyan Liu Kang form, this is a really cool take on the character. And if you're going to take him into this direction of him becoming super duper uber powerful and a god and stuff, this is a really good like god form of him. I think the glowing white tattoos, I guess, are really interesting. It's like it's like a tattoo, but there's this magic, like it's the power of the dragon is literally like glowing off of his body. His hair has become white, kind of like Fujin, or Raiden's. Raiden never really shows his hair, but when he does, it's like in that white style with the top knot. The hat on his back, reminiscent of Raiden. He feels like, oh, this is Raiden. Liu Kang has become Raiden's successor. I like him having the blue and the red fire. This sort of, oh, it's like there's like an idea of, oh, he's bringing balance. These two, the hot and the cool colors. And then in the middle, he's kind of like a very neutral, skin tone. He's got white, sort of a dark blue and black pants. Like really simple, but really effective design for what it's trying to communicate. And unfortunately, the worst Mileena design. Maybe the worst, my least favorite design in the game. We'll see. This is the least Mileena. It's the least Mileena design ever. I kind of like her expression in this render where she's like, eh? She kind of reminds me of Juri from Street Fighter, but everything about the outfit is like, this is not Mileena. This is not like the person who's trying to distract you with her body. Like, what the hell? Fucking Collector is sluttier than her in this game. What are you talking about? This is a weird night wolf. I don't know if I like it. I think it's fine. It doesn't bring out like a huge emotion in me. The helmet almost looks like a face. I think it's supposed to sort of look like maybe a wolf's head or something like that, with the little things on the side are like the eyes and then the mouth, the teeth. And it's fine. It's a night wolf design. It's not the most interesting thing in the world, but it's, it's Nightwolf. He's doing his thing as the Native American guy. That's his shtick, I suppose. And then the best Noob Saibot design. The best one in the whole series. I love, love, love it. I love the Grim Reaper hood. I love the look of the mask, where it's actually kind of a reminiscent of the MK2 masks, where they had all these holes in them. But to me, this also kind of looks like a rib cage, right? Like it's like a rib cage look. He's got these bones hanging off of his top tunic armor thing. This kind of vaguely spiky armor. Just so much cool shit going on. Like, this is such a good edgelord character design. I'm so down with it. I'm so down to clown with this dude. Raiden in this game he's like a dark Raiden. Not my favorite look for the character. Not my favorite look for Dark Raiden either, specifically. Like, he's got Shinnok's amulet. Oh, Shinnok's amulet. He's a little, again, he's like wearing armor. I don't know. It feels like I don't like the gold. I think the gold is what kind of kills it for me, because it's too bright. I want, like, my favorite look for this character was the one in MK9. And in that, it was basically all black. And I think that was really effective to show how far Raiden would turn when he was corrupted. Which doesn't happen until this game, technically. But, when it does, in MK9, it's sort of a throwback design, non-canon. But in this game, it's like, I don't know, he looks more ostentatious than the previous Raiden looks, but I don't know, man. It's too bright, too much gold for me, and it feels like it's clashing with the other dark Raiden elements, like the red eyes and the otherwise kind of dark color palette. Yeah, it's the only thing I would change, is to just make it darker. If just the amulet, that would be cool. If just the amulet was gold with that like spot of green, the gem in the middle, I think that would be a really nice eye catch, because you'd have like this very dark outfit, but then your eyes get drawn to this kind of, first to like these beaming red eyes, and then down to this point, this green point on his chest, and you see, that's the amulet that's corrupting him. Okay, cool. Maybe even if you like didn't know anything about the story or why he's corrupted, it could still figure like, maybe the amulet's kind of important to his character or what he's doing. But as it stands, it's just okay. Rain, his weapon is cool. He's too ninja. This is they didn't get the balance right. He used to be too prince, now he's too ninja. And there's like no prince in him at all. I guess that he's got like metal and shiny bits on his outfit, but just, I don't know, too much kind of blah detail in his design. And unfortunate, like, honestly, looking at a lot of these back to back, a lot of the 11 designs don't have that, just all this random blech detail spat onto them, where the characters are just wearing stuff. Thankfully, I guess, I don't know, some of them sort of fall into that, but Rain, I think, is the worst defender, where, man, he's wearing so much stuff and layers and patterns and all these things going on. Like, he looks busy, but then you actually look at his outfit and you get like very little actual character out of it, so, which to me defeats the purpose. This Scorpion is okay. It's an okay Scorpion. I like the mask. I like the gold on it. It's better than the MKX design, that's for sure. I wish it was just a little more. I wish he was just a little more armored. Honestly, just change some of the silver pits to gold, and I think it would work way better. Yeah, man, some of these, like him and Raiden, just a little. Hey, just swap colors with Raiden, you know. um, on the armor. Wow, that's kind of funny. It's so close to working for me. I think if it was also a little spikier and had those little flares of those curved edges and stuff, like you saw in some older Scorpion designs, I would like it more. As it stands, it's just eh. It's just not quite hitting its potential. Okay, Shang Tsung. Again, not a direction for the character I usually like, but it's Cary Tagawa. I almost said Terry Kagawa. It's Cary Tagawa, and it's like, oh man, it's somewhere here. It's somewhere here. Do I like it as much as like Kotal Khan? Yeah, I think I do. I think I do. I think this is a pretty strong Shang Tsung design. He just looks so devious, man. Cary Tagawa's face. It's just such a good job of like, even in this render. Ah. Um, yeah, I think it just comes down so much to the expression and the visual acting of the character that he looks devious. He looks plotting. Um, Even though his design isn't like the most sorcerer-y. He looks a little understated, which actually might work, It actually kind of works. Whereas previously I felt like a lot of young Shang Tsung designs just sort of looked like, oh well, he already got what he wants, so he's less dangerous. Here, the fact that he's so understated kind of makes him feel a little more threatening to me. Like, because that's how he's trying to come off. He's trying to come off like, oh, he's an ally, or you have your goals agree with each other, but in actuality, he's plotting behind the scenes. He's a plotter and a schemer and a betrayer. And I like it. I like this design. Shao Kahn is Shao Kahn. He is always good. I am not going to put him in S because it's nothing particularly new and exciting, but hey, he's Shao Kahn and he looks cool. Shiva next up. This is also a good Shiva. I think if you're gonna reinvent Shiva and you're gonna go for like, okay, we don't want to. This game as a whole just has the sex turned way down. They started that in MKX and they really went, we're cranking it down. MK9 was almost a little too much in some areas, I think. This game cranks it way down. And Shiva was one character who's like, okay, well, if you're not gonna have her be the slingshot bikini forearm lady, what are you gonna do with her? Luckily, the forearms are a strong enough design point that, like I said, you can put her in pretty much anything. So I actually like this design quite a bit. Okay, you're reimagining her as a guard, like she's like what, head of the guard squad, something like that for Katana, I think. So you can take her and put her in a relatively, I mean, it's not the craziest design, It's not the most interesting design, but it doesn't have to be because it's not carrying her, She isn't just like some of the other, the less interesting characters in this game where it's like, okay, Johnny Cage, what's his deal? He's a guy. What's he wearing? Like a vest, like stuff, I guess. Shiva, you just need the forearms. And that does the heavy lifting, no pun intended. I think this is effective at reimagining her. This Sindel is also okay. It's like a B. I'm a little disappointed that, man, they've never gone back. They never went back to that awesome MK9 design, the alt costume. Her hair is kind of big, for this game's more realistic art style. It's big by those standards, but other than that, it's like, it's a classic Sindel. She's got some cleavage. I guess she's got silver and armory bits. It's still like, the all the makings of her design. It's just solid. It's okay. It's nothing super standout. Scarlet is awesome. She's S tier. She's so cool in this game. She is so badass. Like I said in that video, ranking the female ninjas, I want to play a game where she's the main character. That's how compelling this look is for me. So many little things that feel very intentional, and like there's this little bits of personality, but also like practicality in how she's dressed herself. And it's just such a cool style, the gothic thing, which funny enough doesn't show up too much in Mortal Kombat, despite the horror kind of characters. And yeah, I'd like more gothic characters in Mortal Kombat. Well, I'd like more gothic characters in a lot of stuff. Yeah, Scarlet, one of the biggest winners in my book, despite kind of compromising on what her character was supposed to be about. But hey, it's fun. I don't care, honestly. If you get a design this cool out of it, I don't care. Sonya, she had like a breast reduction surgery or something. She looks so much less voluptuous in this game. She is, again, like, this just feels a lot like the MKX design, which is saved from C tier because she actually kind of stands out more for that in this game. The other Special Forces characters are wearing more casual clothing. You know, it's either they're wearing more casual clothing like Jax, or they're like Cassie and Jackie, and they're wearing like super techno advanced stuff. Sonya feels like, am I being unfair because Johnny? No, Sonya does the military thing. Johnny just feels like he's wearing vaguely tactical stuff. Sonya feels like this is her job. Like she's got the hat, she has the Johnny's got the dog tags too, but she wears them better, I guess. The hat, the belt, the just everything about her feels more like, okay, no, she is like a professional, serious military woman, and she is going to do a job. And I like that. It also contrasts to Cassie, who is like the new school, kind of like, like kind of teenager-ish, sort of bratty character. And oh, Sonya's wearing a more, I guess what you'd say, traditionally thought of military outfit, a more yeah, modern looking one, whereas Cassie is futuristic. So oh, there's a visual, it's like Jotaro and Josuke. That's a weird reference to make in this, but you know, Jotaro's like one of the Bancho types from the 80s, and Josuke is like the Yankees from the 90s. So like, oh, you see the progression. Same thing with Sonya and Cassie. And I think it, not the most outstanding thing, not the most interesting thing, but pretty well executed. Solid B. And then finally for MK11 is Sub-Zero, and unfortunately, kind of gotta end on a low note. He's a blue ninja. He doesn't feel like he's not the ice ninja, he's the blue ninja, and there's really not that much to say. It's lacking a lot of gimmick or personality. Yeah, I don't know. The shape of the hat helmet thing kind of reminds me of the MK4 looks, where they look like they had cat ears, but maybe that's just me. Yeah, so I dog visually on a lot of NRS things, but I think it mostly comes down to just like the quality of their animations, and I think that's colored a lot of my perceptions of the characters. But when I really look at it, MK11 is a pretty good showing in terms of just the character visuals, the designs. Like a couple just sort of boring personality-less designs. Only one truly like, it's not even like ugly, it's just so lame for what Melina is. Like a really bad execution of the character. These ones are just sort of boring and don't give me that much to think about. These are solid for what they're trying to do. And that's kind of like, and then in almost equal number is the ones that are really good for what they're trying to do. Quite good, in fact. And I think that's actually like a bulk of this game's roster looks good design-wise. Just baseline good. Like, you know, these are kind of the exceptions, but this is like the baseline. Kind of like how I said that, you know, in MK, the B tier I think should be the baseline for quality. It should be the baseline for quality of just like a solid execution of the concept. A tier, these are really good. and S are just personal favorites. I love these are my favorite looks for these characters. Um, Hands down. Yeah, so surprisingly, yeah. No, positive. Actually quite positive on this one. And finally, Mortal 1 Combat. We've come to the end. Now there's a little bit of a caveat with this, which is that the entire roster has not been revealed yet. I'm not going to be ranking cameos in this. um this is just going to be main playable roster because those were the characters that were easy to get PNGs for, and also the cameos are mostly just classic design, so there's not a ton to say about it. This game has been interesting so far. So I want to say I'm recording this on like the 20th of August, 2023. So the entire cast has not been revealed, and this is going to be outdated sometime soon. But hey, let's just work with what we've got if we've come this far. So beginning with Ashra. This is a new take on Ashra, and I think it's okay. The one thing it's missing, remember how I said that Ashra was so close to being cool, and she just didn't have like the final push to make her cool? This one is really similar, and you know what the problem is? She doesn't have the hat. She doesn't have the hat. She might have it in like the gear system or something, but as her basic design, this version of Ashra, the sword looks cool. Like, oh, this is a neat, unique looking sword design. She's like a demon, right? She's a demon who decided to turn on the other demons and purify them. And she's trying to like become pure. And the face markings kind of like imply that there's something sort of off about her, or something sort of demonic or insidious. But then her clothing is like white, like she's making an attempt to be clean and pure, you know? Color theory, symbolism, neutral colors like the brown, also a little monk like. I actually think it's a solid execution. I just wish it had the hat. I wish it had her big silly mariachi hat, and I think that would have completed it, and literally that would have bumped it up to A. But for now, it's just an okay version of the character. Baraka next up. This is another good Baraka. Dude, does Baraka have a bad design? Does he have a truly bad design? Maybe I'm just forgetting it because I ranked a fucking 100 characters, feels like. I like this one a lot. They stuck with the idea of Baraka having an intense body horror theme to him, but they've kind of made it more so than it was in MK11, where in that game it was like, oh, he's just got it on his shoulders and it almost looked like armor. This is very, like, you look at it and like it's jutting out at like an awkward angle from his chest. It's coming out of his arms. I mean, you can even see a little bit on his left arm, right there on the right side of the image, you know, like a hole where his blades are supposed to come out. Like, gnarly body horror type character. Makes me very uncomfortable, but really good execution. I like that they've really leaned into the idea that, like, no, he's fucking like shooting, like he's like Wolverine. He's shooting his bones out of his body to fight you. Like, it's pretty sick, actually. And you don't need that much more when you've got such a strong, like, monster man concept. Like, yeah, he's just wearing stuff, but the everything else in his design is making up for it. His big ass maw and his monster face, his ears, all the bones and shards sticking out of him. Really solid Baraka. Baraka Obama. Garrus is also B or A. I don't know. I think A, because he's still got everything that I like a lot about him. He looks really powerful. I think just like they did a good job with his physique, making him look like wide and having this kind of pauldron, I suppose, on the side that kind of like attaches and wraps around his arm. Kind of just to like increase his bulk a little bit. These, again, body horror elements of his body being like in these mechanical artificial segments is really neat. Maybe it's just me, but that little tattoo thing that's kind of like in a swirl around his like on his left pectoral, it kind of reminds me of like a wheel of time, kind of the cycle, the circle. So something related to that kind of at least elicits ideas of time to me. Maybe that's just knowing what his character's about. But yeah, I think this is like a solid take, just another redo of Garrus's character. If he's not going to be in his more, how would I describe it? His clothing looks a little more rustic. Isn't the right word, but I think you know what I mean. Cultural rather than, I don't know, weird timey time god armor thing. Havoc. I like Havoc in this game, with like a little caveat. I wish he was uglier in the on like the head. And you're like, what do you mean? Half of his face is melted off. Yes, but he has like pretty boy hair and like the top of his eyes. I wish he had like sunken, fucked up, weird looking eyes. Havoc looks like a guy who was very attractive before his face was melted off. And now instead of having like the like old Havoc was like he had these white freaky eyes and he looked like he was days away from becoming a skeleton facially. This one is like a little too, I don't know, it's like a K-pop boy put some very convincing Halloween makeup on. And that's like the one complaint I have. I think him being like the just sheer chaos of his outfit with the weird thing on his side. Mortal Kombat really likes to put like one thing on the character's side, whether it's just like a side of a sleeve or a robe or something, but he looks like armor that he's like pillaged off of somebody. All these different belts and fabrics and layers to him. I wish he was less pretty in the parts of him that were not fucked up. I like all the scarring around his body. He looks cool in a lot of ways, and he's hitting again. Man, they just do really well with body horror. But yeah, very close. This Johnny Cage design is weird because it's extremely back to basics, but I think it's kind of bland. I think I'm gonna put it in C. I've had a problem watching the footage for this game and just not being able to tell when Johnny Cage is on screen. Like, right? Like he doesn't, in some of those trailers, in some footage, there was like one trailer or something where he was fighting Kenshi, and Kenshi's in a costume where he's wearing like a suit, and the only reason I could tell who was because of Kenshi's sword. If it was like a Johnny Cage mirror match, I wouldn't have been able to tell who I was looking at. He just looks really, he's just, it's too black, you know? There's not enough color in it. He looks default. He looks like the character. What did I say? I said this before in one of these other videos, but he looks like a character you haven't finished customizing, where you're like, yeah, let me figure out some of the other stuff, and then I'll change the shirt. The shirt's just like a big problem for me. I don't know why it's so boring looking, and it's a shame because oh yeah, a lot of the other like the boxing shorts are cool. The hand wraps are neat. The sunglasses, like always. It's just the shirt. He looks boring. This is a good Kenshi. This is a really good Kenshi. Is it the best he's ever looked? I don't know. I don't know if I'd say exactly that, but this is a solid Kenshi. It's again very much just we're redoing the classic Kenshi design, but instead of him, they've given him, as opposed to just being like a cyber-looking kind of bodysuit, he's got this cool like Dante from Devil May Cry jacket on. This red jacket that frames a lot of the really blackness of his outfit. So, when you just look at him, the dispersal of his colors is really nice. This is a really solid Kenshi design. Not a lot to say about it besides it's just quite good. Upon editing this video, I've realized that, yeah, no, this is actually the best Kenshi design. I think adding the leather jacket over top of it, his Dante jacket, does a lot to kind of frame his sort of like cyber-looking samurai suit into something that is like a little more casual. It's a great contrast. Not casual, but practical and a little more grounded. It's a great contrast to it. And also, I'm just a big sucker for flowing, flapping clothing. This is like the coolest possible Kenshi design, and I would put it up into S tier, actually. I would bump it up from A to S. Katana is, again, I think she's kind of boring. This is not my favorite Katana by any means. I don't know, man. I ranked this okay back when I was doing that video, like the female ninja video, but looking at it now, just even in context, she's so boring. She's so boring. She again, she kind of looks like she's dressed for yoga. um Fine, it's whatever. Kung Lao also is, I don't know where to put him, if he's C or B. There's nothing that immediately strikes me as like bland. Like I look at these designs and I go, oh man, why are they so boring? Kung Lao, at least, again, he's got the hat. The hat's always iconic. And that makes up for whatever kind of understated stuff is going on in the rest of his character design. But yeah, he's solid. This is a decent Kung Lao. Li Mei, I do not like Li Mei in this game. Okay, is it unfair to compare her to, you know, the 3D era design, the old design for her? I guess sort of, because this is a new continuity. But Li Mei is just like, I don't know, man. She used to be this cool looking martial artist that I wanted, like, I could get behind Li Mei, right? Not in it sexual. I don't think of it like that. This Li Mei is like, I don't know, like you can tell she's wearing that outfit under this weird black, like off gray thing that she's got. I don't know what to call it. But it just, I don't know, like this Li Mei looks like she's gonna tell me to clean my room. She doesn't look like a cool martial artist to me. Just very underwhelming. I didn't even know who she was when she first showed up in the trailer, right? Like, pretty much, like, when I was watching, I'll just rate Raiden right now. I think this is a good Raiden for being, like, he's not a god anymore, he's just a man. But you can tell, like, when I saw the first, like, reveal trailer, I saw the characters, and I was like, oh, that's Raiden. You know why? The hat. The hat and the white color palette. This guy's rated. I could, you know, there's a little overlap between him and Kung Lao having these sort of similarly shaped hats, but the look is consistent enough across time that, like, oh, I can look at him and I immediately know who I'm looking at. Li Mei, I thought, I was like, is that Melina with the colors? Is this like a different outfit for Melina? And no, it's Li Mei. I was, oh, that's neat. Oh, what? That's Li Mei, right? Like, not recognizable. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like this look for her. I hope she'll have a better alternate design or costume or something in the gear system, but you know, as far as this is, I'm not a fan. This is an interesting take. It's an interesting direction to take Liu Kang after the Fire God design from the last game. I don't think I hate it. I think I'd put it in the B tier. It's, for as much as there is going on in it with all the, again, you know, NRS loves their patterns. I don't like the way that, like, the one flap, I'm just looking at it now, I don't like the way the one flap is up. Is that part of the design, or is that just, like, in this render, like a dynamic thing? I think it might just be in part of this render. I hope so, because I don't like that. It's a pretty sleek design. Like, I look at it, oh, the white eyes help a lot. I wish his hair was more gray, I suppose. They kept the glowing dragon tattoo, which is really neat. Yeah, this game has a bit more understated. It's a lot more understated in their character designs. Characters are probably the least flashy in this game, I would say, as opposed to, honestly, any other entry in the series. And for some characters, I think, like for Liu Kang, it actually works. Like, he's trying to establish a new timeline of peace, and to do that, he's also taking on this form, or to reflect that, he's taken on this form that's a little more humble. You know, he doesn't look like Raiden looks like a god in the previous games. He looks like a guy who is a god of thunder who's going to judge you. Liu Kang looks kind of like a guy. He's got the open shirt, this sort of headband that isn't, like, super ostentatious, and I don't mind that. I think it's a decent direction to take God Liu Kang. This Melina design is boring. I could not tell her apart from Lee May. I might put these like down here to be honest. Um, I don't know what Melina's deal is in this game exactly. I know she has to cover up her face because she's still got the Tarkatan mouth, but man, she does not look interesting in this at all. She is a lady with a mask. And Katana still has a mask too. Maybe they could have. I feel like they could have at least taken the opportunity to make Melina stand out for being, for wearing a mask. But no, I don't know. It's such a boring looking design. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is probably my second favorite Rain design. I like it a lot. It's a very different take on the character, which they have a good opportunity to do in this game. The fact that he is a water mage, I don't is it's interesting. It's sort of it's something he's never really done before, but it's always been a part of his character, the manipulating water. I can look at him and I can believe that he has some kind of regal sense going on. He's got these little gold touches, like that little buckle on his shoulder where the green string is attached. He's got the yellow sort of sash going down. The purple obviously is evocative of royalty. He's got the little golden bangles and stuff like that. It shows through in the design. It's not like super obvious, but it's enough that I can believe it. I can get down with this direction for Rain. And much like that, I think there's also a really good reptile design. Maybe, is it my favorite? No, I don't think it is. But it's in the tier like right below. It's in the tier right below favorite reptile designs. I really like the little details, like his like shoulder armor it's not quite leather, but it's reptile skin. If you look just, his arm gauntlet, it looks like scales. He's got the patterning of the leather on his top, his tunic is also a little, it's triangular. So, kind of scale, like just these little details that are like, oh, he's a reptile. The snake tattoos are a little obvious, even the hood, like look at the texturing on the hood kind of looks like the folds of where the reptile, like those kind of softer scales on a reptile's skin, like around its neck or something that you'd see on like an iguana or a Komodo dragon, where it starts to kind of fold and stuff like that. The fact that he turns into a lizard is great. I wish the lizard again had a little bit of armor on him, but I can live with it. I think this is a really, really actually good, probably one of the best designs from this game so far. Scorpion is meh. I don't care again, because it's like he's not a demon in this game. He's not a demon in this game, as far as I can tell. So it's just like, oh, well, it's Scorpion, but without the thing that I think is usually cool about Scorpion. He just has a hook now. Okay. Smoke. B tier. B tier. The thing that really kills it for me is the hair. I think the hair is just too boring. I called it K-pop boy band hair. He has his little baby knife, his little goo goo gaga baby knife. Ooh, oh, little babby. He's gonna shit his pants, baby knife. I don't know. I think the smoke bombs are a cool part of his character. I guess he's still got that, but I don't know. I prefer Smoke much more when he's just doing hand-to-hand stuff and not like, ooh. And then the weakest looking knife ever, tiny little baby bitch, tiny little diaper knife flies around and kind of cuts you up, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not super huge on the mask. I don't know. It's a little too bulky for what I think is cool for Smoke. And the clothing is also a little basic. Yeah, I don't know. Just not really what I wanted out of Smoke, but not terrible. I think it gets points just for being Smoke. Also, Sub-Zero. No, I'm going to put Smoke down in C. I can't say all that and then put Sub-Zero in B as well. And Sub-Zero is in B because he's got an ice hand, and that makes him significantly cooler to me because that's all you need. That's like the baseline for a decent Sub-Zero design is emphasize his iceness. And then finally, Tanya. Oh my god, we're in the last character. Unfortunately, probably a C tier character also for me in terms of design. She is a person wearing stuff. in the Mortal Kombat tradition, person wearing stuff. I don't get a real sense of like what she's supposed to be or what she's supposed to do. The hair is kind of neat. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just doesn't really give me anything. I might put it down in C, but yeah, I'll put it down. Sorry, in D. I'll put it down in D. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, looking at it's not a complete roster yet, right? Looking at it, it's mixed. It's mixed. There's some designs that I think are really good. I think these are quite. I like these a lot. I think these are pretty solid down in the B tier. Unfortunately, a lot of designs that I'm either pretty mixed to below average to just like I just straight up don't like. Um, yeah. Hopefully they can turn it around for me specifically, someone who doesn't buy every Mortal Kombat game. um, yeah. Anyway, this has been a fun if arduous task. I can finally put this to bed. I don't really plan on making that many. I might make some tier list videos in the future on some different things, but I don't want that to be everything this channel's about. This is supposed to just be like a fun side channel, and it's really not about views at all. So, yeah, check out the main channel. I have a new video coming out sometime soon. This was a fun experiment in just like what's my reaction to something and why do I have a reaction to it? And sometimes the answer is as simple as it just doesn't really do anything for me, or it does something for me. What are your favorite designs? Are there any things that you really disagreed with me on? Or are there any things that you really agreed with me on? Ooh. Is there anything I missed? Is there any like alternate design that I didn't get the chance to get to that is really good or something? I did at least try to look through them in when it was on the at the times when it was convenient to where the websites were laid out in convenient ways. Sometimes the MK Wiki just does not have images for something. Sometimes Mortal Kombat Warehouse just does not have images for something or good images for something. Yeah, thank you guys for putting. Fuck, this video's gonna be so long.